The greatest spectacle of racing begins with making the field. Whether it's being able to survive the corners, whether it's getting the speed just right, or better yet, making sure you put in the times needed to make it into the field. One thing's for certain, if you don't want to get bumped, you need to be able to perform on the clock. In real life, when it comes to this speedway, it takes 4 laps to try and be the best of the best. And tonight, the Major Series and its Pacific region sees who's the best of the best of those able to make top split. The pressure is on here on Grid Vision as we welcome in for the Speedway 500. Welcome everyone to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're in Speedway, Indiana for tonight's coverage, the virtual version, as it makes its return on iRacing in a big way. This 2.5-mile speedway's been around for many years and carries speeds of up to near 240 miles per hour if you want to get the job done right. Tonight, the pressure is on for many of the drivers in these qualifications to see who's going to be able to race amongst the best of the best in the Major Series. More than 200 drivers registered to be a part of this year's festivities, but only 32 can make it to the top split. Hello everyone, once again, I'm Justin Prince. Joining me later on tonight will be Sheldon Atkins. Austin Jarvis-Shire is our producer for tonight as we get ready for bump qualification. Tonight, a grand total of 15 drivers are on the list to try and see can they make top split. The top 8 in this qualification session will move on to the top split. Those below that cut line will have to go to split number 2. Drivers are getting prepared for the start of the qualification and are discussing things with the drivers meeting before we get started. A lot to expect when it comes to tonight, whether it's the hard speeds, the hard difficulty of performing for qualification, or whether it's the pressure to perform when you have one shot to advance. All that comes through here tonight. Drivers will have reverse order from where they qualified, 40th all the way up to 26th position, to see how they're going to be able to do when they need to perform on the clock here tonight. Later on this evening as well, SimSpeed will have coverage in this same session, mind you, for Fast 6 qualification, where 3 of the top 6 have Reco-powered machines, a part of its first effort in IndyCar competition on the platform. A lot of conversations are to be had throughout the week and throughout especially tonight. But the main thing is certain. Only one driver per split will get a Majors branded milk bottle to be able to chug in virtual victory lane. It all really starts though with who advances. The discussion being completed in for the final drivers meeting. Your list of drivers who will be a part of bump qualification tonight are as follows for this evening's festivities. Jimbo Pfeiffer will lead things off per the order. Then it's Vince Harley, Jason Lotridge, Matt Brewer, and Phil Otto are your top 5 on track. Then it's Julian Mukai will be in 6th. Robert DeLoach qualifies 7th. And then it gets interesting because there's several champions of the Major Series who will have to try and qualify their way in here on Bump Day. That includes Ross Banfield, a 2023 Majors champion. Jay Shallington and Nick Kuhn are in between the next champion. Dallas Patasa, he will come out 11th on the racetrack. You have David Haer with Tom Ambromaitis following next on the racetrack. Ambromaitis, very good speed on the road courses this year. Brian McGreevy and Daniel Stevens will close out the 15 in the bump qualification order for tonight's festivities here from Indy. So right now, the drivers' meeting is still in its final moments of wrapping up. Here's a look at your weather conditions for how the session looks today. Again, the track conditions about 71 to 74 degrees estimated throughout the qualifying session tonight. The track temperature right now as a result is around 102 degrees Fahrenheit in session on May the 26th, 2024 in Sim Day. The wind also going to be critical to keep an eye on. You see how that wind continues to go back and forth around the north-northwest for tonight's race. That'll impact speeds down the straightaways. Depending on the preference for drivers, that could be the difference of who's in and who's out. So right now, the drivers finishing up the questionnaire portion of the drivers' meeting. Tonight's charity race, and charity being supported by said race tonight, is Folds of Honor. Honoring service, celebrating America. To learn more, go to foldsofhonor.org to learn about tonight's charity being represented by the extra qualifying that took part to get in for one of the crown jewels of all of Major Series competition. So it looks like drivers now getting the go-ahead to hit the racetrack, and since the first on list, Jimbo Pfeiffer, is not here, that means second on the list is up. This is Vince Harley. He's the number 1 machine in your sim for today, and he's the first to be able to hit the racetrack for this bump qualifying. He's a driver for Free Agent Racing Team, as he calls itself, He's been a sportsman driver for a couple of years, most recently in the Americas region with 2 starts back in 2022. This is just his second start of 2024. Turn on the stopwatches pretty soon here. It's time to get things ready to go here for tonight's bump qualifying. Vince Harley looking to set the fastest speeds possible around the racetrack. We'll get you the information as soon as possible on the calculated averages for tonight's qualifications here for the Major Series and how they will sort things. It's 4 laps, just 4. And right now, Harley is right now carrying about 227 miles an hour through the corners to start qualifying. Where will the first time be in terms of Vince Harley? 39th best in the qualification week, 39.4 to start things off for today's bump qualifications. Now, when talking about how things looked in qualifying, once again emphasize these drivers throughout the week had to try and get themselves in the show and get themselves in the comfort zone, so to speak, to be able to make sure they got here for this event. For reference, when it comes to Vince Harley, he finished 64th overall in terms of every region for this year's edition of the Speedway 500. His fastest times were in the 38.9s, an average speed at the time of 224.3. Second time around puts him in the 39.5s. Be sure to join in on the conversation to be able to let yourself know and to let others know where you think things will go for tonight's bump qualification here on Grid Vision. Again, to remind you, he'll be also carrying second split. Almost a little bit of a moment there for Harley. He got loose into 3. One more lap for Harley after this here on this open session. A little bit slower down the straightaway. 39.577. On deck, Jason Lotridge as Harley looks to finish out strong. Again, glad and happy with us for tonight's coverage here on Grid Vision. Justin Pritz with you, along with our producer Austin Darbyshire. We'll be joined later as well for the race by Sheldon Atkins for tonight's coverage here on Grid Vision. Harley to close out the first driver for bump qualification here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A little bit of a burp of the throttle at the line. 39.723. Harley ran out of gas, it looks like, at the end. Next up on track, though, it's one of the drivers who showed good pace and speed this year. This is Fusion Silver's Jason Lotridge. He's a sports silver driver in the Pacific region this year. He's got in a top 5 as well on the board. Can he add himself a good qualifying lap here today? Still looking for career win number 1 in 38 starts. He's got himself 4 top 5s in the Major Series. Right now carrying 231 miles per hour down the straightaway for at least the backstretch. Speeds seem to be comparable to Harley's to start. See where the average times get calculated as the times progress here. 39.453. That's the quickest of the first laps here on the day. Now, for those wondering, you see how that's on the board. That's the average time. We can confirm iRacing had an update in the past couple days, and guess what? No more spreadsheets. Apparently, the update included the ability to make sure that qualifying total has that average fixed and ready to go for iRacing's return to hosting an official Indianapolis 500-mile race this June. It was a feature previously added, but making sure it's refined for today. That means no wall scrubs, no grass scrubs, no off tracks, no nothing. You hit the wall, your run is done, you go to split 2. Coming through turn 4. Third time around for Lotridge. So far, very solid. 39.5s. He's right now in the ballpark to be ahead of Harley. Another 39.5. Where does this final time around go? Where does the average stand? And a little bit of a clip that time through turn 2 of the curbing. Speed's much slower down the straightaways for the 4th lap. He doesn't even crack 231. Through the final corner, Lotridge trying to finish out strong, trying to make sure he gets in front of the 1 machine, try and set the bar higher. And the bar is indeed set higher. The average comes in, it's a 39.525, and it's going to be a tough bar for some, but the bar only gets more and more tougher to hold in place from here. Here is Kingsman Racing's Phil Otto. He's on the clock in the 0-1-3. Another series veteran when it comes to the major series. He's a sports bronze driver, 2-time winner. He won a race apiece back in the international splits back in 2021 and 2022. He's looking to break the winless drought now in the Pacific region as part of the Sport Bronze category for 2024 after being the Sports Silver the year before. So far, the laps needing to start in the 4s to look solid. It's in the 3s to start. Phil Otto with the fastest first lap out of anybody so far. Now, talking about Phil Otto and how he did in the pre-qualification coming into tonight, he had a 39 flat as the average with a 1.5 split calculation, a part of the Pacific region. Now, how difficult was the benchmark, though, on the average speed? That was the big question mark. 24.472. The cut line, essentially, to make it into the show for tonight's race in the Pacific region. Per the calculations for tonight, that bar was a 224.613. Interesting enough, it finished as a tie. Daniel Stevens tied with his teammate from Middle Finger Racing, Gav Barber, for the last spot in on time to avoid bump qualification. The margin was ever razor thin, to say the very least. And that came after a couple attempts apiece for those drivers. Phil Otto a bit offset down the straightaways in the steering. One more lap for him, a 39.5. Though for the 3rd time around, he's lost a 10th a lap so far. And Phil Otto keep himself at least in the 5s. Keep the average around where it needs to be for Kingsman. Right now, he's a little bit slower compared to everyone else before him so far in the corners. Where is it going to be? He tries to reach down at the start and finish line, takes it to the middle, to the seams. 39.5, but where does the average go? It's purple. 39.459, top of the board in bump qualifying. And that brings up car 39, Julian Mukai. One of the first times we've seen this driver here in the major series. He's for a team called Sharp EIT Tech 1. He's made a couple starts a year over the past few seasons. He was a full-time sportsman driver international back in 2022 most recently. He in fact won that championship then. But last year did only a part-time campaign as a pro driver in the Pacific region and returns here for his first start of 2024. The 2-time major series winner right now, so far to start things up on the stopwatch. In final practice, didn't put up the times that some of the other drivers did to make sure their cars were in tune for said session here. First time around, though, It's another blistering 39.3. Bar set solid to start things off in this bump qualifying. Taking a listen in as he keeps the speeds high. So far, no major slip-ups, no wall contacts this qualification so far. Everyone's kept it clean. As we talked about with the format, ever so critical. 39.451 the second time around. Reminder once again that in about 30 minutes time or so, Fast 6 qualifying hits the track on sim speed. The drivers in that order tonight: Alan Wilson, Trevor Robrowski, Christian Schauner, Chris Wilhite, Kevin Hill, and your unofficial pole sitter from the first period of qualifying and pre-qualification, Fernando Borda. Those drivers set times in around the 225 mile per hour average for session or for pre-qualification this year. 39.2, it's right now looking great for the 39. It's one more solid lap so far. Every driver's improved on the previous qualifiers. Take a listen on board as he goes to the line. Where does he stand? No moving down the straightaway, trying to avoid a scrub. 232 at the line, 389.56 on the stopwatch. He does not bump Phil Otto. Mukai is your second quickest on the average, a 39.477. And that will see him for now in the safe zone. That brings up Robert Deloach. Deloach, driver known for 11 3D printing photography, looking to make himself the picture-perfect run here today. Also runs a lot more so on the road course side. Now, with how he's done so far in terms of the sessions, the Sports Silver driver, just making his first start of the year. He made an appearance last year in the Pacific region. He's a 3-time winner in the Major Series. Now, tonight, after putting his car 53rd out of all qualifiers, looks to try and see if a 224.5 mile per hour average or around that ballpark, what he did in the last run, is going to be enough. First time around, by the way, was a 39.387. That was not an improvement on the previous two runners. Track temperatures are dropping, though. First things first to note, though, it's now 2 degrees lower on the track temperature as partly cloudy skies has settled over the racetrack. While the air temperature was projected via the iRacing weather system to increase around this time, well, you can't calculate if there's a big cloud over the racetrack and if it decides to hang out and watch qualifying. 39.485 for the second time around. A major point to talk about when it comes to building setups for something like this, it's about getting it built for the setup conditions first thing first. Cooler conditions is great for grip, but if you build a car for if it's going to be optimal for hot weather conditions, it might not run the same if the track is another 10 degrees cooler. There's a reason that many special events have followed the same pattern as Real World Indianapolis 500-mile race preparations. Weeks of work, practice, trying different sets, trying different temperature ranges is also critical for these types of runs. Final time around this time was a 39.5 last time. Where does Deloach stand on the board? No slip-ups by anybody so far out of turn 4. Deloach. Where does the average fall? 232 at the yard of bricks. The average third best, 39.491. And that, based on what we've seen so far, might be in the red zone, the danger zone. You know, somebody who surprisingly was in the danger zone, Ross Banfield. He's shown great improvement this year. He's also, mind you, someone that's trying to build upon, remember, the Atlantic Championship. He showed a lot of ups and downs, though, on the ovals, though, last season. He showed flashes of speed when he got bumped actually to second split action a couple months ago. And since then, well, he's amongst those in the conversation again to see where does he fall in the championships for this year. He's in fact second in the points in the pro this year, mind you. A big difference compared to challenger Kristen Challoner, who is the points leader coming in, who is in the qualifying Fast Six. First time around, that was not great. 39.496 on lap one. He needs to pick up the pace and fast. That average would be fourth quickest, and he might get bumped to split two again. So the UDocs Lowell machine trying to find as many mascot llamas to put in the car to fuel the engine as possible. He's already won once so far this year. He's going to need a lot more if he wants to win the Speedway 500. Second time, not great at 39.5. That puts him around the average of DeRoche and Lotridge in that ballpark. He is wearing Mario Andretti helmet for today. He is a former Mario Andretti champion, mind you, as we touched upon, with how he performed, especially last year in the Atlantic side. Or I was just corrected, it's a Mario Kart. Apologies there. Because if you look very tight, you think, oh, red. It's Indy. It's Andretti. No, if you squint through the visor and squint through the windscreen, it is a Mario beard on the helmet. Here's a look from around the helmet. 777, Banfield needs some pace. That's a little bit too personal for the camera. And yes, that is not Mario. Ross Banfield almost hits the wall coming out of turn 4. Where is he going to be on the average? Ross Banfield is dead last. 39.556. Banfield does not have the greatest of runs. And he crashes for good measure too. And he is absolutely on the cut line. Nick Kuhn, he's next up in session. Now he hits the racetrack for his first laps here. Now talking about Nick Kuhn, so far this season, the Dog Bear Bark machine has showed some good bark in Pacific Pro Region racing. Still yet to get a win, but has been someone in the top 10 on pace several times. 3 starts so far, yet to get a top 5 though. He's got 2 of those in his career since 2017. So we'll keep an eye on where he goes. He is a driver that was on the Intimidator podium back in 2023. That was the Daytona 500 equivalent last year. First time around, 39.402, very solid on the first time around. Reference Nick Kuhn during the pre-qualification. Put himself 49th quickest out of all qualifiers. That was just ahead of Jay Shallington. The reason Shallington jumped from the order is he is not here. Again, if you are not here, you are skipped in said order. Now joining us in the broadcast booth, it's Sheldon Atkins. Sheldon, welcome to Indy and welcome to Bump Qualifying.
Hey man, it's good to be here. I guess I took Spirit Airlines to get over though.
Well, now I recognize the Spirit. indeed from you. We were having discussions with producer Austin Derbyshire about the previous connections. We were former teammates, for reference, back around the 2010s. Now, talking about this tonight, how are you feeling about 500 miles, the Speedway 500? One of the crown jewels, one of the most prestigious opener races in all of iRacing.
I mean, it's a whole package deal, you know. It comes down to how will you, for me, the hardest problem would just be maintaining focus for 500 miles of this thing. It just, the slightest lapse in judgment could be the end of the race for you as well as about 4 or 5 other guys, maybe even more. It's definitely an endurance race. These cars are fast, and they're fragile. It's the slightest bit of contact to the wheel, and you're pretty much done for the day.
Now, Nick Kuhn completing the qualifying run for him right here, right now. Where does the average now stand? 39.6 in the last lap. That puts him 5th. And he is potentially in the danger zone. Now, to reiterate the format for those tuning in, well, quite simply, these drivers only have 4 laps to get the job done. 4 laps, iRacing calculates the average per the time. So, you have to be able to perform in these laps in the course of 10 miles, or else you're in split 2. Right now, top 8 advanced to the top split. One driver surprisingly in bump qualifying though, Sheldon, Dallas Patasa. He's been trying to make a push in towards RTP this year in NASCAR. And the former Major Series champion, not highest up as some may expect in an open wheel compared to previous years where he was a contender for this race.
I mean, it all comes down to preparation, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of guys have put, I know all these guys are putting a lot of work into this. It's just going to show you how competitive a field we're going to have tonight.
And for the first time around, it's no surprise where the pace is 39.2. Quite simply, when you have backing from Satellite, when you have a driver like Patasa that's been strong in this series for years, and when you have someone that's also built connections with teams like Legacy Esports in the most recent years, not a surprise, lap 1 is the best out of everybody so far.
I wouldn't stress it too much. I think he's going to find his way into it.
Not going to have the track position for the race itself, but second time around, as expected, when you put up a 2, is a scrub down of 2/10. Now for Patasa this year, yet to get into victory lane, only 1 top 5 in the 4 starts. Before, he averaged at least 3 wins per season over the course of 2020 to 2022, including winning one of the European Region Championships. He also, last year, picked up several pole awards and had won races such as the Sandown 500, the World Series of Asphalt. This season, wins haven't come through yet. Last time around for Patasa, he's looking very comfortable to be in your top split right here, right now.
He's got an absolute rocket out there from what I'm seeing right now.
Well, the rocket ship of Dallas Patasa almost done the run. Right now, midway through the order in terms of those setting the lap times here for tonight. He's currently your 11th scheduled driver to take part in this session. Checker flag, Dallas Patasa, 39.5 of the last one, and no surprise, top of the board in bump Q, 39.4 for Patasa. That brings up one of the drivers we haven't seen too much of this season here on Grid Vision yet. Say hello to David Haer. The 66 is on the clock. In final practice, he strictly stayed on his own to prepare for this one. He's getting very tight though in the corners already.
Yeah, it's going to hurt him big. You really don't want to scrub too much speed down these straightaways here.
I know a lot of your experience comes to stock cars, but when it comes to this track, how difficult is it just to maintain the line, to make sure you get it done right? There is the argument, 4 different corners, 4 different approaches.
No, it is one of the most difficult tracks on the circuit, especially for stock cars. In my experience, if you overcook your turn 1, you are basically out to pasture all the way down those little short shoot straightaways, all the way honestly into turn 2 or 4. It's crazy how you have to approach this track. I always found slow to go fast kind of worked best for me, but that's not really an option here in these things with all the downforce and horsepower they got.
Especially with if you are too slow, well, you're in split 2 or potentially even in some cases split 3. So far, 39.6 for the 66. This is a big swing difference compared to what he put up in pre-qualification. And this makes it so difficult. He's one of the Pacific Region Pro drivers this year. It's his first start of the year. He usually runs 1 race a year, the past couple. This one.
It just comes down to, though, if you don't have it right in the car, there's not much you can do to crawl away from it.
Well, you can't really change the setup once you hit the racetrack, right? 39.6. Right now, the average possibly to the bottom half of the board. A big change after in pre-qualification, putting himself in the top 45 and faster than Dallas Patasa even. Here's the thing. He put in 756 laps. That was the 3rd most out of everybody in pre-qualification to get into bump qualifying alone. Good corner exit. David Haer to close out his run right here. Tries to get the angle down. 39.6 again, and it is the lowest average of 39.7. So a rough end for Hager's run, but that brings up the 5. Another driver who, if he makes top split, could be a contender in the later stages. Tom Ambromaitis is now on racetrack. And as we continue on with the session here, Sheldon, first things first, it's going to be an interesting day for whatever split you're in. But second, track position is critical. In theory, you're talking about the drivers, if they're in split 2, they get the start at the front. You start at the very back, remember. If you make it to the top 8 in this session to go to the back 8 in top split.
Yeah, it's a steep hill to climb to find your way through traffic here at Indy. You always think, you got all this draft, these cars are fast, glued into the racetrack. You'd think that would pull you forward, but they don't have a whole lot of drag. And when you get behind somebody, you're not really going to find much option on how to get by people, because this place is just one group typically.
Tom Ambromaitis, a one-time winner in this series. Start number 31 tonight. He's been a top 5 contender for several races this season in Pacific Pro action. Last season, finished 50% of his races inside that top 5. But Ambromaitis right now, 39.3 last time by. He's got a lot of the squiggles, but so far, nobody's hit the wall. Last year, we had at least 3 scrub the wall at some point, or in previous years here in Grid Vision. Much cleaner here in bump qualifying from the field so far. Looks like a little scrub from Tom here, but I was about to say, there's a reason in real life this is a stressful time, Sheldon. If you mess things up, you might not even make the real world show.
I mean, this is also one of those places, too, if you mess up bad enough, you might not be making much else outside of it. I don't understand how people have the confidence to run around this track in real life in these things. You'd never see me do it.
It can be anxious for many. Tom Ambromaitis looking to be amongst those drivers potentially not so anxious here. Right now, with how the bubble looks, out is Haer. The next better qualifier bumps Ross Banfield to split 2. Will Tom Ambromaitis bump a former Major Series champion out of top split for tonight for the Speedway 500? 2:33 at the line. Tom Ambromaitis does bump Ross Banfield. Banfield drops to 9th. And Tom Ambromaitis second in bump qualification. Brian McGreevy now hits the track as one of our final drivers on the order for this session. Daniel Stevens is scheduled to close it. McGreevy, seen him a lot more in stock cars outside of this series, but today, looking to see what the 68 can power through. For reference, McGreevy was just 12 1,000ths away from getting a full lock into the main show.
I think he's going to find his way in here. What do you think?
I think when you're just a couple 1,000ths miles per hour off from making the main show, yeah, he was a podium finisher, mind you, in this race last year. He can contend.
I think he's got it. He looks pretty dialed in.
First time around, not as quick as the top two, 39.454. But really what he needs to be able to advance for UDocs is get in the fours on the average. So, I'm going to ask an interesting question here to you. If you're in this situation from a team perspective, would you try and go fast lap to start and then hope the time doesn't fall off, or get consistent fours to advance on the set?
Well, you know me, I'm never, I'm not much of a good thinker when it comes to being on here. That's why I'm at the split that I'm at. I'd go full send, though, personally.
Why is that?
Once again, I'm not a good thinker. I don't know.
I mean,
I'd want to get that lap as minimized as possible, and I would just be praying that the tires would hold on.
Well, can tell you this, as one of the drivers from UDocs immediately says consistency. Thanks to the comment box that is on screen to emphasize that. UDocs approaching this with a more consistent approach, it appears, to minimize the fall off. Past two times in the 39.5s, that looks very solid. This might be enough to at least get above the cut line. Final time around for Brian McGreevy. The 68 machine right now needs to get a better average than a 39.554. Can he beat that is the question. The Californian comes out of the final corner. McGreevy keeps distance to the wall, keeps it straight shot. About 231 miles an hour at the yard. It bricks the average is just good enough. Eighth best, 39.535. And that is pressure now for Daniel Stevens. He's your final qualifier for bump qualification. He's the last of those who made the racetrack for this session. No pressure. You just need to do better than what Brian just said.
Looks really good going through 1 and 2 there. Didn't look like he had too much wheel into it. Didn't scrub the track too much. And it's hard for me to judge though, man. I haven't done a lot with IndyCar on here, so excuse me for any mistakes tonight as we go on, but learn as we go.
Daniel Stevens, the 2023 John King Legends champion, right now amongst those who put in the most time out of anybody in pre-qualification, more than 1,000 qualifying laps to make the show. 39.5 to start. That's a little bit dangerous. Here's the big thing. You know, the tiebreaker ended up being essentially down to the nearest 10,000th. He was tied to the nearest 3,000th with his own teammate. So I'll ask you this here. When it's so tight when it comes to a team to just make the show like it is for Stevens, what's kind of the feeling knowing You have Gab Barber, who was the cut line, your teammate, and you got bumped out to bump Q.
I mean, it's a selfish sport. You gotta just gotta kind of roll with the punches on that. You gotta go out there and try to do the best for yourself and worry about the teammates later, you know?
I can see that for some. But this is the type of racetrack where it doesn't matter what team you end up being on. It just matters, do you have a car that can get you in the show? One more time around, Daniel Stevens with 2 straight 39.6s. That right now would put him out of the top 8. Can Stevens find a little bit more speed? Can he find something? Can he find anything to keep himself right where he needs to be? The average cut line, 39.535 on time. The MFR machine coming through turn 4. Stevens right now down on speed down the straightaway. Can he do anything to advance? At the line, 231 miles an hour at the start and finish line at 39.7. He is out. Daniel Stevens is out of top split. He finishes bump qualification in 11th. And that ends bump qualifying as a whole here. The other drivers who did not take part, Jimbo Pfeiffer, along with Matt Brewer. Also on that list, Jay Shallington will have to go through split number 2, Sheldon.
That's absolutely heartbreaking for these guys. Come in and put in so much work and you just miss it just by a little bit.
Comes down to a couple tenths of a second difference. So, let's go through the list one more time. In a couple moments, it'll be SimSpeed taking over to go for the top 6 shootout. Dallas Patasa is in the top split along with Tom Amberlanes, Phil Otto, Julian Mukai, Robert DeLoach, Jason Lotridge, Nick Kuhn, Brian McGreevy was your cut line. Fitz Harley will start on pole for split number 2. Banfield, Stevens, and Haer will be in that split with them. Everybody else who is scheduled to be in the bump qualification who missed it, they automatically are deferred to split number 2. On that note then, Sheldon, real quickly, your thoughts on what you expect to see tonight when we go racing for 500 miles, 200 laps from Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Just lots of hard, close racing. Just that, because these things, you know, people end up running so close in these things, it's pretty nerve-wracking, to be honest.
Cars are on track for the top 6. SimSpeed is now live. If you want to keep an eye on who will be on the pole and battling for said pole, be sure to transfer to SimSpeed now. We will see you for Split 2 coverage for the Major Series in the Speedway 500 in less than an hour's time. For 12 years, the top drivers in the Major Series have had one track that stands out amongst them all, in a league that has always aimed to replicate the best of the best when it comes to events across the world. The Major Series has always felt back home at Indiana, and the OG event for the Major Series is here tonight. It's the 2024 edition of the Speedway 500. Its Pacific Region second split is here on Grid Vision. We welcome you into iRacing's virtual Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard, and the home to the greatest spectacle in racing. 2.5 miles the distance on the docket tonight for the racetrack, but 500 miles, 200 laps will determine who kisses the yard of bricks and who gets that sweet milk from victory lane here today. Drivers expect to carry speeds as high as 240 miles per hour on the way to victory here in Speedway, Indiana. We welcome you once more to today's coverage. I'm Justin Prince, alongside the booth for tonight's coverage, Sheldon Atkins. Austin Darbyshire is our producer as we get set for the Speedway 500. For 12 years, the Major Series has held this event. It was one of its first ever events, Sheldon. Lots of history, and we make some more tonight.
Yeah, we're in for an absolute blast. Indy always puts on a good show. Probably the most historic track in all of motorsports, the real-life counterpart. You got long, flat straightaways going into 90-degree box corners. And like you said, these guys are carrying 240 miles an hour around here. It's pretty dicey when you get into those things at that speed.
Drivers have a few minutes before they get going. Let's talk first things first about the keys to tonight, because this is a track with a lot that can happen. What would be in your categories for keys and why?
Well, we got a few things tonight. Number one, draft. These guys are carrying a lot of speed. It's going to turn into a little bit of what you see at the plate tracks, but and on the NASCAR side of things, but not as extreme. You don't have single file, big draft down the front straightaway. You can get slingshot. You can dive it into the corner and try to get a run, get by somebody. Second of all, keep it clean. Look, we got 500 miles of this thing, and one of the few things they can't fix on pit road is a busted suspension. What's the one thing hanging out on these cars? The suspension. Outside of that, strategy. Got a lot of room to make some good decisions, some good calls to try and gain some track position, but you got a lot of opportunities where you can mess that all up too. In order to win this thing, you got to put the whole thing together.
So it should be an interesting night. Let's first now, in turn, talk about our picks before we get to the drivers preparing for the session. One of the drivers to keep an eye on tonight that's looking for a lot of pace here tonight, I put my vote towards Jeff McConey because, well, he's either going to win this race or be upside down by lap 50. That's the prediction for that side. What was your prediction?
It's a pretty solid prediction right there. Me personally, I got to go with Haer. He looked, pretty stable, holding a pretty good wheel in bump qualifying earlier. And I don't know, the name's just sticking to my head, so we'll go with him.
And there was one other pick that was from our producer, Austin Darbyshire. He went with one of the drivers seen in Thunderclap competition. That's Greg McConey. Just so happens to be a family member to Jeff McConey. He was one of the drivers who looked very solid here over the years as well, if you think back to races here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So a few more moments for drivers to get themselves ready before the session advances to the starting grid procedure. Here's a look at your weather conditions. Right now the drivers getting ready for what will be a mid-afternoon start, but much hotter than bump day qualification. How about 20 degrees hotter Fahrenheit-wise track temp? At least 10 degrees air temp, 82 Fahrenheit is the air, 118 is the track, Sheldon.
Oh man, it's going to be slick, that's for sure.
That's going to make it very difficult for some of those who are going to try and carry the same type of setup from the previous race, to say the very least. Let's talk about how things are going in practice. Dino Vella currently leads the way in final practice times, 39.829. That's a near second faster than anybody else so far. And remember, the more drafts you pick up, with the more opportunities to be able to build up pace. Keep in mind, though, You need to be able to find clean air to be able to get the jobs done tonight. It is hard to pass traditionally, especially when it comes to this aero package.
Oh yeah, and it's also exemplified with this track too. You got one groove. That's what you're seeing right now, straddling the bottom up there by the curbs on the white line. That's the only way to make speed here at Indy. You might see some guy luck into getting by somebody on the outside, or some guy be able to hold somebody off around the top, but 9 times out of 10, that is not the typical that you see here.
There are a lot of big names in the field to keep an eye on for tonight in terms of those who normally are in top split competition. You put, for example, the 777 is going to be a talking point. Sixth and final practice. Ross Banfield, a one-time Major Series champion, a winner of the Mario Andretti title last year for his region. It's not been the greatest of years. He's in the championship hunt, mind you, for the Pro for Pacific this year. This is his second time now in Split 2 instead of Top Split, though, Sheldon. So it leads to an obvious question. What is going to the mind when you've had multiple times in a championship fight put yourself in a situation to lose ground for the championship leaders?
You just go out here and attack the best you can all race. The most important thing is to come out here, get some good points, get a good finish. Don't put yourself in a predicament where you can hurt yourself, though.
Still turning laps here as they prepare for tonight's festivities. Of note, some of the others to keep an eye on tonight as speeds pick up. Ryan Steele's looks solid at times. Bob Beltrami's having one of his better years. He's decided not to put the car on the racetrack, but he did take part in multiple practice sessions, including final practice outside of bump qualification earlier on. One driver that seems to be a fan favorite, potentially Matt Brewer. He was amongst those for Hyperion Racing, interesting enough, who did not elect to put up a time when they were scheduled to be in bump qualifying. They chose to be in the second split. Why would you choose to not go through bump qualification?
Honestly, that's a new one, if you ask me. I don't know, maybe trying to pad for what he thinks could be an easy win. I wouldn't do that, but.
So, just about all set and done for when it comes to the practice session. Just confirmed that the reason he was there, this is from Race Control. He did inform Race Control this, just received the note after, that he had been running late, could not make the start of it. So that's another reason. You just couldn't make the 7:30 start time. If you did not get in the session at 7:30, Sheldon, you could not set a time.
I think he took the same flight into Indianapolis that I took tonight.
Yeah, I heard that airport was very busy. After all, it is a pretty tight airport if you're able to visit that whenever you're in town. But let's go to the seriousness when it comes to tonight, because final warm-ups are complete. It's time to find out amongst the 31 starters for Split 2, which one will kiss the bricks in Indy. It's time to find out the starting lineup for today. And remember, top qualifiers crossed over from those who did not transfer from bump qualification. Vince Harley will start on the pole for tonight. He'll start alongside a 2023 Majors champion, Ross Banfield. Row number 2, the number 3 machine, the MFR machine, just lost out on the tiebreaker to advance directly to top split. Instead, he starts row 2 tonight in split 2. David Henninger starts 4. Row number 3 will feature the final machine. He turns to starting spots. That's Jay Shallington and the 66, Matt Brewer. Next up in the lineup, it's Stuart Elder. First of those not from bump qualification. He'll start alongside Sector 5, Stephen Paulison. Rounding out your top 10 starters for tonight, Brian Scribner and Ryan Steele looks to try and become the man to charge through the steel-packed pack of field cars from 10th.
And 11th place on the inside, we have Braden Whitaker. On his outside, we have Jake McSparron. 13th, we have John Fillingham. On his outside is Don Dolson. In the 15th spot, we have Craig Tilson. On his outside, it's going to be Jeff McConey. Followed by Stephen Verweyen and Timothy Klaus. 19th, we have Robbie Bradbury. On his outside, it's going to be Adam Johnson.
21st spot goes to Dave Douglas in the 10 machine. Sebastian Jackson will start in 22nd, the Canadian. Dino Vella led the way in final warm-up. His Majors Garage Machine starts 23rd alongside Bob Beltrami. 25th goes to the longtime veteran, one of the originals for Dog Bear. It's Brian Barnes alongside Greg McConey. Then it's Jonathan Bean who will start things off at 27, a teammate to Daniel Stevens for some help. Then it's Josh Mertz alongside. Rounding up the field tonight, Chris Yedio, a familiar name when it comes to these types of races. He'll start 29th for Fusion. Damian Colty, 30th. And your tail end starter tonight, another Majors Garage entry, is Mark Davey, 31st. We're just about ready to go racing for 500 miles. It's the greatest spectacle in all of the Major Series. It's Harley setting things up in control. It's Banfield alongside. We're glad to have you with us here on Grid Vision for the start of the Speedway 500. The green flag is out. We're underway from the Brickyard. And we're wrecking already. Huge wreck in the back of the field. Half the field crashes. Caution flag is out. We are still flipping. Well, how about that? Timothy Klaus goes for a wild ride, and that was one of the main things talked about in the race control meeting. Avoid stack-ups. We just had a massive one to start.
Oh, it looked like a little bit of net code there. Oh, right into the catch fence, too.
And a lot of people's chances just took massive hits here. Jonathan Bean, Chris Yedio, Robbie Bradbury, and more. Bob Beltrami, Stephen Verweyen, all sorts of meatball flags out, and that doesn't include wing damage. Half the field crashes at the Yard of Bricks.
That's just a terrible way to start this thing off.
And at least a couple drivers having to take tows as a result of that. Thankfully for Timothy Klaus, even with all the flipping, he still drives away. It can at least take the one faster pair available. Here's another angle.
It looks like he hit a landmine over there.
I think some people absolutely hit landmines, just that they were at the other cars. But
that is not the way you want to start this thing out, that is for sure.
Yeah, when you hit air like that, well, big things happen when you have it off the start, and a lot of people will need a lot of time to be able to get themselves regrouped as a result of that. So, a lot of people have to use their one faster pair here for this event. Remember, this is a series where wing changes are mandatory if you have any front wing or rear wing damage as well. That's not including the suspension damage that can only then in turn realistically be fixed in full by the faster pair. So it's going to also be difficult for some of these drivers to make sure how they diagnose this crash damage. If they accidentally say, okay, I think it's just the wing that can be changed and I'm fine, and they find out it's not, Sheldon, that could cause some problems.
Oh, yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do with these things when they're crab walking out like that. And it's just, it's one more tool in your arsenal that you're not going to have access to if you go out there and spend that faster pair, which means you're going to spend the rest of this race kind of with an eggshell underneath the gas pedal to try and keep yourself from getting into another predicament like that.
So an absolutely stunning start to the race. So as we get ready for one to go signals still, reminder tonight's action brought to you by Majors Garage. Unlock your racing potential with them today. Are you ready to take your iRacing experience to the next level? Look no further than Majors Garage, your ultimate destination for top-notch iRacing setups and expert coaching. That includes pro-level setups, that tailored coaching that allows you to master tracks and strategically race your craft and plan said racecraft, and more. Go to Majors Garage to learn more. Drive with confidence, race with Majors Garage. And several of the drivers with those paint schemes and setups were involved in the incident. We have another delayed yellow, as plenty drivers are still trying to sort out where they are, and better yet, how many still need to repair their cars. Damian Colty, black flag for his pit entry. Timothy Klaus just fixed his repairs. Bob Beltrami is still yet to fix all his damage. He's doing it manually instead. We already have just 25 drivers on the lead lap, and we still aren't even lap 5.
It looks like it's going to be all about attrition today.
I mean, that's part of the factor when it comes to a race like this, but you don't want to be on the attrition list, whether it's mechanical or better yet. Even one wall scrape can destroy your chassis with this car, Sheldon.
Oh, yeah, no, they are completely fragile in every sense of the term.
So, of note, Timothy Klaus is back in the race, but we might get another delayed yellow because he's halfway down the backstretch and needs to let the whole field by. Wayan took a tow immediately. He's 2 laps down. Beltrami still yet to come out of the pit lane, still hasn't fixed his damage. Bradbury 1 lap down, Davey a lap down, Yedio a lap down. Drivers like Jackson already getting themselves kept on the lead lap with the fast repair, but others like Colty having to serve green flag, black flag penalties as a result of what just happened here in this one. 1 to go on the iRacing pace car yet again. Should be a much calmer start here in theory. It's single file from here on out.
I don't think we're going to see many more issues like what we just saw there. I think a part of that was just a little bit of nerves and just a little, obviously a stack up really triggered that, but I think everybody's going to get regrouped here and kind of get their head back in check where they need to be, and I think we'll probably see a pretty good race from here on out.
We'll see if they're able to get themselves resituated after what was a very wild start to the 2024 Pacific Second Split race for the Speedway 500. So again, your top 5, Harley, Banfield, Stevens, Henger, and Shallington. Brewer in 6th, Paulus in 7th, Steele, Elder, and Scribner, your top 10. Amongst those who kept out of the danger despite everything catching on fire around them, Dave Douglas gained 4 spots. Dino Vella, who led final practice, was up 5 from it. Greg McConey also avoided significant contact, it appears. He is up to 19th already. So let's see how this goes. Remember, lap car of Chris Yedio, second in line, per the rules, regulations, for this chassis and style of racing. So a lap car in front of second, green flag is out. Let's try this again, a very calm start as they try and sort themselves out.
There's a pretty big checkup there around the mid-pack. No,
trouble. Dave Douglas is around in turn 1, caution is out. Craig Tilson gets collected this time. And a 2-car incident, that was right where that stack-up was you were talking about. And the air is mighty gusty today. After all, 7-mile-per-hour winds. There was a tiny bit of air, but also racecraft, very important.
You don't have, with these cars, everything's happened so fast, you don't have much opportunity for error.
And there was an error on the start, and then watch the angle.
It was just barely enough to do it. You've got to be situationally aware.
So that pinch has a lot of damage, and obviously Tilson and Douglas, mandatory repairs. At the very least, it's going to be a lengthy one for one of those drivers. That's Tilson with a loose left rear tire. That's probably very likely going to be a fast repair situation if he hasn't already used it. It's important to talk about there's unlimited tire sets available at the very least for this race. So there's no concern at least on tires for the Speedway 500 for 2024.
Yeah, for a lot of these guys, it's just going to come down to who has the last fast repair remaining in the box. Because there's not much you can do with that suspension damage.
The iRacing Indy 500 over the years, too, has come down to one major thing, Sheldon, getting the fuel strategy right. We're already using a lot of time off the board. Remember the distance 200, not sure the 197 unless it's down to time, which we have 4 hours and 40 minutes of. So, it's important to think about, we might see someone from the front eventually say, I'm just going to top off and stretch this window with the cautions keep going.
Oh, yeah. And these guys, they're getting to save a whole lot here under yellow. You got a lot of opportunity to save a couple extra gallons when we get cautions like that, especially on a track this big like Indy. You can pretty much roll around here and save. I mean, I've saved up to about 4 or 5 laps worth of fuel under caution here in the Cup car.
And with the fuel mapping in the Dallara IR18 chassis, definitely a lot that can be played around with when it comes to saving the gas when it comes to these pace laps here. So, expect one to go this time by. Dave Douglas has several minutes lost in the pit lane. So to confirm, the official distance for those confused is 200. Per discussion in word from our production staff, that is if it goes on time, as in 4 hours and 40 minutes of pacing, you still come just 3 laps short. Now it's near 5 laps short. So it's an automatic adjusting balance in case the 5 hours just about has to all be used tonight. Not expecting that. Expect to go right back to 200 once we go green and get a run together.
I will say, I think the pace car is looking pretty stout for this one right now.
Unfortunately, that's not the Dallara IR18, so technically it's not officially categorized as a contender for this year's race. Although some people will try to petition likely against that.
Nope, we have contact with the pace car now.
And at least this drive-through on the platform. Lovely day for I am curious what the rest of this message will be. Oh.
Oh, okay, Darby. Fine then.
It's pretty significantly obvious. It's an Irish paint scheme advertising an Irish beverage that is very much known for being very, very, alcoholic. Is that the phrase I'm looking for? That works. Yeah. It's a great day to have something.
It's a lovely day for a Guinness.
You know what it is? It's a lovely day for a green flag run. Lap 10 coming up. Harley setting things up. Yedio still up there between him and Banfield. Earlier launch this time. Backing her way as several cars try and get to pit road. Looks like a more cleaner start, but a lot of stack up still mid-pack. Much faster up front.
Yeah, you got guys in the middle of the pack that are trying to back off the guy in front of them a little bit so they can get a good dart once they get down to these straightaways so they can get that nice, strong draft off the car in front of them. And sometimes that leads to problems like we saw with the first 2 restarts.
Longest run of the race, now can they sustain it? This is a green flag run being built on now. So, the interesting point now getting kept on as Harley leads the first lap under green conditions. He's led all 10 in total so far. Banfield already near a full second behind.
Yeah, that just goes to show how much of a factor that dirty air really is at this place.
Take a look now. Yep.
Oh, my bad.
Matt Brewer trying to close up now for the third position. He looks to leapfrog and try and keep up with the front two. Cleanly done, nicely positioned on the leapfrog. You were saying.
The train of thought left the station.
Speaking of drivers, go ahead.
No, I do like what I saw out of the, I think it was a 3-car there. When he got that move down the bottom, he did not try to contest it. He just let him go on by. And that's some of that situational awareness I was talking about earlier. Because he could have gone down and tried to pinch him and, maybe held him up, but he could have maybe found his way into the catch fence too, like a couple of these other guys have done so far. Smart driving.
He'd be very smart. Of note, Damian Colty is still in the pit lane due to black flags. Looks like he has more than 2 minutes just about. He has yet to clear it in the sim, so things not looking great for the 34 cam.
What did he do?
Well, for one, entered a closed pit, and then, the penalties kind of stacked up, believe, from there. So, the battles continue for Ryan Steele for some, for others. They work to the field. The Kingsman machine, you're taking a look right now is Don Dawson. Also keep on bouncing through as drivers keep on trying to figure out where are they going to slot themselves in as a group.
Oh, what a big dive down here to the bottom for Stevens going into turn 3. And I'm absolutely positive he's going to have it coming out. Nope, we're 0 for 1 already. It looked like Greg Coney.
Oh,
we
trouble!
got pit road here out of 4.
Caution flag.
A huge crash.
Bob Beltrami upside down and riding on top of the aero screen. He rides the fence, now rides in the pit road. Bob Beltrami, who already used a fast repair for the lap 1 crash, is upside down on pit road.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the race for him for sure.
So let's see what happened. It all starts right there. That was the number 8 for weigh-in that was used as a rocket launcher.
Let's hope nobody was on a motion rig in this situation. That was a nasty hit.
And Beltrami takes an absolute ride on top of the pit wall and lands upside down on top of his lid. That's obviously a race center for both of them. Here's a look on board. Take a listen. Beltrami Salami goes for a wild ride here at Indy.
Yeah, it's just a case of 240 miles per hour. Everything happens so fast. You don't have much time to react when it comes to stuff like that. Whether you're getting loose or whether you're trying to avoid somebody that's spinning across the track, you don't have much option. We got the leader coming down here to, I guess, top off.
Why not? Potential to maybe cut out a late stage top off. Remember, if you do the math, you can't make the full distance on, say, the 33 to 35. If you're saving, you're going the 35. So that's 35.70. Now brings you to about 105. And then after that point, if you finish up all your math, you still need a top off with about 20 laps to go. If you stretch it to 35 laps a run, like is done in top split competition for the guy racing Indy 500. He basically just cut out the top off part of that strategy and just needs to focus on the rest of the pit stops, the 4 scheduled stops the rest of the way for him.
That's a good call. It's a really good strategy. That's one way to maximize and get the most out of your track position if this thing goes green.
Now, the key thing is for him, Fillingham and Adam Johnson, you have to stay out of trouble to take advantage of the strat.
Yeah, and trouble doesn't look like it's too hard to find so far this race.
So far, we've already had a couple DNFs. The last 2 drivers involved are that DNF list.
But you also got to figure too, though, the guys that have been wrecking. Odds are they're not going to be around much longer. Eventually you reach a point where the guys that, not trying to throw shade at anybody, but the guys that have it and the guys that don't have it end up finding their way out of the race somehow. And then it just goes clean from there. I know I wouldn't take that gamble necessarily this early.
So 1 to go once again. So up front, Brewer, Banfield, Stevens, Shallington, Henger, Paulison, Steele, Scribner, McSparron, Elder, your top 10. Someone who's making their way up through the field. One of the picks we talked about for ones to keep an eye on for the win. The 504, Jeff McConey, is now up +4, just outside that top 10 as well. Dino Vella has now gone up 9 since the race started.
So that's a good run for him starting this thing out.
Yeah, so far a lot of strategies to play out, but also this time of things could also potentially be a shuffle for some later on. We'll talk about if that comes to fruition, like there's the possibility of. But again, it's Matt Brewer in the 636 for a Hyperion. This is his home race, in fact. He is from the area. So that references back to the flight joke you made about earlier. But he looks to fly as the control car. Coming up to start, lap 18 this time by here on Grid Vision. The Speedway 500 second split for the Pacific region continues. The pace car goes off. Field in the hands of Brewer. Green, green, green. And everybody kept sleeping. No stack ups, clean start. Off and away we go, off to the back straightaway. And so, remember, those who just pit 20th on back, already hearing reports of checkups right around this grouping here. A lot of people trying to stay in a line and work together here, remain patient. There's a look over towards the battle now for 11th spot. Braden Whitaker. He has help this evening on the box from Michael Kaczynski and Chris Edwards. Now, the interesting is that's a whole sim racing team that focuses mainly on this style racing, but also stock car racing. Leagues like Real Sim Racing and a couple others across the platform. Having multiple spotters could be very helpful. He's the only one to have an in-sim spotter. Sheldon. I believe we have lost Sheldon for the time being. So let's talk about what's going on in the action itself on screen right now. Keeping an eye on what is building up for some of the battles in the midfield still. Right now, McCody trying to keep up with the draft, trying to make some moves to cut through the pack is Don Dolson, one of the major series veterans. Dolson's had an interesting past couple seasons, to say the very least, when it comes to the major series. He's been a notable name in terms of team ownership side, in terms of the leadership side, obviously. Right now trying to work things around. 3 wide, building up through the corner. Drivers saying, what's patience when you can go 3 wide? Greg McConey coming out on top. Mark Davey a lap down. Jonathan Bean in that group too. Normally don't see that come into play this early, to say at the very least. 36 is the car to watch still. Dino Vella has been a lightning rod of pace. Now he's boxed in for one of the first times today. A sports silver driver. This is, in total, just his 14th start in the major series. He ran full time in 2022 in the Americas. Gunny moves up into the third line. Here comes Dino Vella. And just like that, the rocket ship starting to continue to find some pace. No drafting help this time to make the move, though. Down the front straight away, Dino Vella. Now works inside. McConey's trying to stay outside. Jeff McConey trying to keep the speed up. Interesting note, a couple years ago, drivers made that third groove work for some moments. Obviously want to stay to the bottom if you want to get the pace down here tonight. Here's a look at Braden Whitaker. He pokes again. He looks to try and leapfrog up to about 13th spot. And into the spot yet again. So they continue to train like a deck of cards, all these positions here. Up front at the end of the speedway, Matt Brewer. He's got clean air still by a full second. Ross Banfield with the mapping, not keeping up with the draft in the UDOX machine. Right now, Daniel Stevens still keeping pace with Shallington. Hanger still up there as well. Someone to keep an eye on, Stephen Paulison. We've seen good things from him on this racetrack. Second split competition, he's usually been one of the top 5 or top 10 front runners. Sector 5 has also stepped up their speed this year, as we've seen in 2024. About 1/8 of the way through the action so far here on Grid Vision. I'd like to remind you tonight's action brought to you in part by Ryko Performance. They're more than a setup shop. They're a performance provider preparing you weekly with data and setups to get you ahead of the curve on the competition. Whether you're a seasoned sim racer or weekend warrior, our cutting-edge data packs, one-on-one coaching sessions are tailor-made to push the limits of yourself and your virtual race car, giving you the winning edge you crave. For more information, go to Ryko-motorsports.com, where we build champions and deliver results. It's the first time, by the way, Ryko has built setups for Indianapolis 500 use. It just so happens, as we touched upon during the qualification portion of the show, 3 of the top 6 used the setup released by them in the past 3 days. Keeping an eye on how things are going for Haer. Continues to go why he loves a track like this from the Plains region on iRacing. One of the drivers that put in top 5 most laps in final qualification, for pre-qualifying rather, try and make sure they can get into bump qualifying in the first place. Holds on to the top 5. Ryan Steele, meanwhile, tries to keep up with the tempo. Taking the military theme for this year's running of the Speedway 500. Paint shop. A lot of teams over time have shared their paints. Danny Ferguson amongst those who got their paint prepared. A lot of other teams from the other splits trying to get their cars ready to go in terms of looks for these types of races this year. So when talking about how things are going so far, your biggest mover is still Vela, by the way. He is now broken away a bit from Whitaker and McCullough, who have now started to fall off a bit on raw pace as the race has gone on. For reference, the McConey Bean Barnes pack essentially is running 41 8s and 9s. The fast runners are half a second quicker. Those who already pit are all the way 15th on back in terms of those who have topped off at least once or gotten repairs. Fillingham is the highest of those who topped off last period but did not take tires. He is 3 seconds ahead of Vince Harley on track. Looking now from Greg McConey, he's under attack, in fact, by some of those pitters. That's Craig Tilson trying to recover from nearly losing a left rear tire this race. Back to the single file here for the 20th position. Greg McConey, one of the front runners in Thunderclap this season. Right out the full Ryan Blaney look once again this year. Already zipped by Tilson. And that mistake of the curbing opens up the door for lap traffic to now pass by some of your leaders. For a lot of these cars, by the way, their pit stop window opens in the next couple laps. How far can drivers like Brewer go? Obviously in full tilt push mode. It's now to the point where he's catching up to Josh Mertz, who had to serve a green flag, black flag during the last restart period. Mertz not having the greatest of runs to start things off at Speedway 500. Brewer just continuing to set hot laps, making up for the missing qualification side of today. He has been running 41 4s and 3s this entire run, has not backed out of that range once. See how he's using the gearing in the mapping right now, using a lot of 4th and 5th gear, as we've had, looks like one driver have to park it. No front clip there all of a sudden for the car you just seen in the pit lane. What happened? No caution for Timothy Klaus. He was 28th, and that's likely the race as gets loose, hits the tire barrier in turn 2, and somehow no yellow as he flew across the track. Field very lucky he stayed just off the racing line at the top of the contact. Here's the look again. Talking about your race leader and his team yet again, Hyperion Racing, just started about a year ago now. They ended up finishing in their debut year in the Ivor Club Sport competition in the top 10. That's a road car series on the platform, mind you. They've been looking to try and, well, make a name for themselves with drivers based from California, Colorado, Indiana, and more. And we have a now loose tire. Another driver with problems. This is Tilson. That's now lost the right front tire, and he's in the wall. So this may be Tilson's race. Let's take a look and remember, dirty air might be the possibility here. He didn't have too much of it though. He hit the wall in turn 1 and 2 short chute. Two drivers have the races potentially come to a close for contention right then and there. No problems for Matt Brewer as he ends up getting by lap traffic for the first time today. Let's take a bit of a break. When we come back, pit stops. You're watching second split for the Pacific region for the 2024 edition of the Speedway 500. You're watching Grid Vision from Indy.
You know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back. We're under caution here on Grid Vision. As just after we started the side-by-side, this happened. Now, apparently the reason for this contact causing a caution flag, Brian Scrivener ended up going on the road course portion of the iRacing track. So, technically, that is the racing surface, albeit not the speedway version of the circuit, as well as your pit exit. So, Brian Scrivener getting loose through the short chute in 1 and 2 puts us under caution. We've also had a penalty to Greg McConey due to passing under the yellow flag in the sim. Here's another look full speed of the Fusion machine. So he has used the faster pair from this contact, but because of it, he is down at least a lap and is in the process of letting the entire field go before we get back going. That crash brought every single car on the lead lap to the pit lane. So that means now your lead is still Matt Brewer, Ross Banfield, Jay Shallington, Stevens, and Henger, your top 5. The call does not work out for drivers like Harley and company in terms of it staying green. We're back underway. It's 2 and 3 wide at the line. Several drivers nearly running each other over as they try to lay off on the restart. Middle of the pack still getting very busy right now with several drivers trying to get their feet together. Brian Barnes letting drivers go. Now under the inside line, Sebastian Jackson, John Fillingham, 3 wide. Thought about it? No. Fillingham trying to use a lot of give and take as both the cars in front nearly take each other to the wall. Sebastian Jackson, Brian Barnes, both getting aero tight. Black flag already served by Greg McConey, so he'll lose at least a lap. Timothy Klaus now 11 down, trying to fix damage to return to the race. Also, Robbie Bradbury had to come down for a penalty under green as well with a 9:48. He comes out right next to the leaders. Right now, keeping an eye on Paulson. He's been top 10 so far. Jason McSpiron's been the same. They're looking to see if they can run away from the one to watch, Dino Vella. He is now all the way up to a race high, 9th position, and is rising to the order. Dolson looking to say a lot different though. Yet again though, Vella, better top end speed in clean air. Holds on, pinches Dolson off, and Dolson forced the lift out of it as that allows Whitaker back into the conversation. Very quickly approaching that quarterway part of this race now is the purple machine. Trying to send it. Doesn't do anything. Touched upon Brendan Whitaker in terms of racing experience a little farther back ago. As said, has experience in series like RSR in stock car competition more so a while back ago. These days, a lot of focus towards multiple different series. He also runs late models for series like Tim's Corner, should say. Experience back as far as 2014 as one of the drivers, racing against drivers like Kostecki, Majeski, and more, in terms of some of the big names. He goes inside for 10th. Dolson defends. Now, where's the fan favorite, as some may say? The pole sitter is 16th. And the strategy's not worked out well for car 935 so far. Pit from the lead, tried to bank on it staying green, didn't get it to stay green the way he wanted it to. Everybody now matched on strat. He elects not to keep it on the racetrack and have to pit in 15 laps on the contra strat. He elects to match up with everybody else, sacrifices track position, but at the very least gets to save fuel a bit behind Brian Barnes for now. They all stay lockstep for the time being. There is some battling now as several of the lap cars have cycled in towards where a lot of the leaders are just ahead of them. And what also has happened, the packs have broken apart. Go back to Dino Vella. It's 2 seconds to get to Jason McSpiron. It's also, right now, nearly broken apart to where Jeff Piccone is about to lead his own pack, especially with John Fillingham and lap traffic of Brian Scrivener both wanting to go. And apparently, he just forwarded a message to the whole entire sim that was meant for broadcast. And since he requested it said verbatim, he said he wants, essentially, his crew chief to make an adjustment back. He, right now, in this point, made an adjustment. You can make wing adjustments in the pit lane, in the pit stop. If you make the wrong adjustment, you are stuck with said adjustment until you get to the lane again. Apparently, the 03 camp's in that boat today. So, it's getting ahead now. It's getting around the racetrack. The run right now up towards 9 laps in. Right now, Sebastian Jackson, a good recovery so far for nearly putting himself towards the wall. Jackson has become a regular in these time slots with that paint scheme. Make sure every single car has that set scheme. The 87 this season has been a team that's run about mid-pack in second split so far. He's one of your bigger movers in contact up in front of them. John Fillingham may have just damaged the car. He just scraped the whole right side of the 971 into the safer barrier. Not the way John wanted that to go, to say the very least, on the corner exit. He might be down on speed, potentially, with the contact like that. Meanwhile, side by side in front, Brian Scrivener not giving too many breaks to the lead lappers here. Coming up to quarter distance here on Grid Vision. Right now, Matt Brewer in full control, out in front by 1.5 seconds and growing. Keeping an eye on the bounce around in different battles across the racetrack as things shape out. For those curious, top split action for tonight already under caution as of moments ago on SimSpeed. Alan Wilson leading with teammates Chris Wilhite and Lauren Shaughnessy at the top of the caution flag at right about this lap distance, lap 48. So, well, I can already tell you this, the high side machines with the Ryco power underneath showing a bit of a statement here for the league scene, and that's going to be at least something to hang the hat on for Ken Byron later. Nearly into the wall goes McConey. Sebastian Jackson getting loose to the inside on top of it. Here comes Brian Barnes. He elects to stay in line and shift down to save. $50 down, 150 to go. That's Barnes, has been around since around 2014, 2015, one of the Northwest veterans. He's now being passed by Vince Harley, who's finally making some inroads. And the entire family's been shouting, he's going to be back eventually. Eventually is slowly starting to come to fruition. He's now started to go in attack mode. He was a full second quicker than most of the field last time by. This time, he elects to see what these two do next. One of the things being noted here, if you look at the race lines, top split action to try and avoid the dirty air, usually need to stagger the line. So far, most people avoiding staggering, interestingly enough, and just taking a face full of dirty air. Harley on the move there on McConey. This time Harley chooses high side to keep the clean air and pinch off the 03. Here comes the Hornet's Nest. Jonathan Bean, Brian Barnes, many more join the fun. Joshua Mertz a lap down in it. And now a choo-choo train is forming around McConey. A lot of the cars behind trying those different lines just talked about, like Mertz. He's also trying to battle for position, mind you, with Mark Davey on top of it. So this battle of lap traffic has layers to it. And that adjustment not working well for Jeff McConey now at all. 43.6 last time by. Everybody else in the pack, a good 43.1 to a 43.3 on the stopwatch. Does Davey go 3 wide? No. Jonathan Bean, though, has a caution on the side-by-side. We're under yellow. And trying to sort where it may be. It may have been this car. It's another Fusion machine. It's Stuart Elder. He qualified 7th for this race. And remember the road course issue we talked about? He's towed from the road course. He's the second Fusion driver to crash from dirty air and or tightness in 1 and 2 short shoot. So a commonality for the setup traits now for Fusion. Elder try to get off the racing group, but as we talked about, when you're in this part of the track and touching this road course, that is a trigger for a caution. No lift, breaks the steering. For those wondering why it just shot straight to no turn, obviously decalibrated the wheel. That's how hard the hit was. Under caution, lap 55 now. So who comes in to pit this rotation? We're about midway exact into the fuel run. And for everybody who topped off, they are 12th on back from the previous time. The leaders had a similar decision to make here. So let's see what the decisions are. Matt Brewer, does he fake out? No, he's going. He's burning just about everybody, so they all try and even on the strat. So, get the handy-dandy calculators out, everybody. The new number to add from, 55. Remember the 20-lap difference for a top-off? This still gets you on the window if you make it 35 apiece. One driver does make a mistake in the pit stall. That's Daniel Stevens, who will lose positions. And off and away goes Brewer. So depending on how the pace laps go, the calculations still show need to save under caution and save a lap a run for the next couple. If not, top off here again. Per the adding, lap 195 would be where the total is, so near on the money, but not the money. Use the fuel mapping may come into play here if it goes green, and it may become another one of those fuel mileage types of races for the Speedway 500. That's if it goes green is the key word. So there's a look now at your stint lengths. We have had one driver roll the dice here. It's Jonathan Bean, and he is not wanting to keep those dice rolled. He goes into the pit lane this time. No penalty appears in sim for that decision. He brings Greg McConaughey for top off, one down. Everybody else taking the track position and looking to run. Matt Brewer stays in the lead. Now the team that he's built up here when it comes to this year, he's got several major teammates. Zach Kerr comes to mind, that's run well on the road course side. Alex Caruso's been a bigger name for them in terms of pickups in that past year or so. As well, he's got teammates in town like Eddie Layden comes to mind. He's the only driver, funnily enough, with a random fact about them, his teammate Eddie does, where he claims to be so old that he raced Jimmy Broadbent in another sim, its predecessor rather, in 2013. A long time on the platform. You have Turner Schroll from Huntersville, that's also amongst those good on the roadside for them. But they look to add to the trophy case here. Last time they added to the trophy case, Global Endurance Series in second split. Better yet, Matt Brewer looking for his first since being in the PRI Esports Arena on another platform, by the way, over the course of last year and last winter in town. Remember, PRI hosted in Indianapolis yearly at Lucas Oil Stadium as well as the Convention Center. Back underway, Ross Banfield's catching up to what the plan is. Better launch for him. A clean start for the front of the field. Back of the field went 2 and 3 wide. Ross Banfield looks to try and keep up lockstep. Behind them, Henger under attack. It's Ryan Steele looking to see, will this be the time he's able to get up to a race-high fourth? Steele completes the pass. Banfield took a look for a moment for the lead, but the UDocs machine not able to get it done yet. Ross Banfield trying to see, is this the go button time? Or better yet, the time to be able to try and keep up. Trying to follow lockstep from the Purple People Eaters, as the Major Series described. It was a team before last season that had a championship-free diet, in the words of Mike Ouellette, before going on and winning a combined 5 titles in 2023. Near contact to the wall for third. Jay Shallington nearly put his American Eagle machine straight into the wall. Bald Eagle machine nearly making the side of its car very much so missing some parts of it. It's right now 6/7 back and dropping. In the choo-choo train effect, seeing how things are going for Fillingham, it seems he's done well despite the wall contact earlier. Not sure if the fast repair has been used or not. Regardless, he's still keeping position. Any harder hits, like we've seen earlier out of turn 4, for example, could be disaster for them though. Keeping an eye on how things are shaping up for the mid-pack. McConey right now 13th. Very likely assumption, he took the adjustment out and threw it somewhere into the golf course. How do you throw an adjustment into the golf course? You take the paper that it's written on and throw it into the golf course or the snake pit. In all seriousness though, looking much better on the speed charts, 42.4s last time by. The previous run, he was running in the 43-second bracket after 5-6 laps of tire wear though. Who tests coming up in the next 5 laps to see if the throwing the adjustment out into the bin works. Up front, Banfield still trying to keep an arm's distance to Brewer. Getting back to the dietitian part of things, Timothy Klaus won that Pacific Sport Bronze Division title. They had some incidents though. Atlantic was where a lot of the success came, with Banfield winning the Mario Andretti Drivers' Championship for the first time in his career. As well, UDOC's Daisy won the Sportsman title with the help of Matt Gelder as well in the Atlantic region, and Jason Wallen picking up a Silver Division title in that region. One of the main things that also popped up last season, he had to deal with the time difference because he moved from the state of Virginia to Colorado. That's obviously about a 2-hour difference in time difference. He had to race as early as 8 a.m. last season, hence the move, in theory, to Pacific, where it makes more sense time-wise, where it's currently about 8 p.m. in Sim. Just received another word that the setup is now fine in the 504 camp, but the driver is reporting that they want to be the one thrown into the snake pit. Here comes lap cars, and here comes Yedio for good measure. 42.2s still are his personal best, by the way, in this battle. Problem is, Chris Yedio's faster than that. While passing Crush in front, caution flag is out. Stephen Paulison has pinned it from 7th. The top 7 for Paulison. He hit the curbing and the grass And with the damage, he is stuck in the middle of the racetrack and trying to drive it backwards. No one else around. Finally, he tows it. Obviously, meatball flag flying. Hard wall slap and a clap. Not where the safer barrier is, and Paulson got it up to 6th. Yeah, just ran way too low. Apparently, Paulson confirmed, though, he had something break that corner from his equipment. Some malfunction issue is the exact words. Hence why, potentially, he then drove backwards on the racetrack. That would explain why it went so low. If you can't tell where you're going, that can cause a problem. And the Firestones taking a lot of wall claps there. So take him out of the top 10. He's been running there all day, and another decision for some to make soon. We already ran about 10, 11 laps, and this helps with the math that we talked about earlier. Looks like we may think about a split decision. No. Looks like your front runners will stay out for the most part. But Vince Harley likes Contra Strats. The 935 is coming in, so that will move McConey into the top 10. Quick shout out to the significant error Bridget for that camp. Also in this time, Sebastian Jackson, Dave Douglas is in, and several of the lappers also in. So, the Contra Strat so far is 0 for 1 when it comes to the 935 camp. We'll see if they can hit a good 500 on the average on this one. This for sure gets them safe to the end on what would essentially be about 3 pit stops to go. So Brewer remains the leader. He's been up front for 52 consecutive. But the one to keep an eye on for the restart yet again, car 36, 23rd to 7th. At least the obvious question, one, what happened in qualifying for the pre-qualification? But two, can he find a way to get to the lead pack? Essentially, Brewer and Banfield. Dino Velo, for reference, someone who races a lot on the roadside, has experienced series like the Precision Racing League, for example. Also, has run a fair bit of endurance when it comes to various camps, including under the Fusion label. He was, in fact, one of their first drivers when it came to the Major Squad Fusion Sim Sport machine at the 2024 24 Hours of Daytona, where, funnily enough, they got grouped together with a good portion of drivers from the Major Series in their respective split. Getting ready for the restart. Brewer still leads. Banfield, Shellington, Steele, Henger, McSpiron, Vela, Fillingham, Dolson, Whitaker rounds out the top 10. Whitaker in the Extreme Performance Motorsports machine. Your drivers with mandatory repairs still, Paulson, Klaus, and Tilson. Your DNFs officially for Wayan and Beltrami, off Tilson and Klaus. Paulson is 2 laps down after the tech issue and is still dealing with said issue in the pit lane. Damian Colty, 2 down. Elder is 2 down. 1 lap down. Davey, Greg McConey, Douglas, and Scribner. Coming up to the restart yet again. Brewer so far has been comfortable. Banfield this time looking like he's trying to time it. Nearly got it timed up right. Back underway. No significant stack-ups. And the Perion Racing Machine looks to take flight. Dino Vella already taking a peek for 6, just about checked up in turns 1 and 2. Fillingham nearly climbed over the rear wing on the checkup effect. And now a big slide, McConey nearly getting ran over down the backstretch. He's nearly taken 3 wide. Had to lift hard from the dirty air. Yetio making the pass with Mark Davey. A little bit of a wild moment for a split second there. Up in the next pack that's now started to form. Whitaker falls the snake. Dulcin going to pass Fillingham. Takes a peek, and that's not worked in turn 1 today, to the low side. Now the question for some now for it is tire wear on? Yes it is. Fall off is 1 second and 10 laps alone. Fresher the tires, the faster you go, even with the dirty air, but obviously we want to conserve that rubber as the race progresses. Dulcin losing the spot there. So, how do you do that? Clean air, obviously, whether it's stagger lanes, as we touched upon. Another point, swap draft. Get yourself clean air, back and forth. Try and use the speed from both the cars to carry speed to close up gaps. Also, the one more thing, have the setup ready to go to make sure you don't burn the tires. We've already touched upon some adjustments today have cost drivers significantly. Dino Vella stuck in 7th though. He tried to immediately get up to the top 6. Didn't work. McSperons ran away from him. Right now, McSperon, one of the Kingsman Racing Machines, honoring Will Power on his paint scheme here tonight. That's why the pattern is that way. If you look closely, some of the Kingsman Machines elected to honor some of those in Rearwood Motorsports in some of their designs this season. Or for this race, rather, is the better point. Others decided to stick with their preferred color palettes while following the Penske template look. Go to behind them. This is Chris Yetio up to the top 10. A good recovery. He was one of those involved in the lap 1 chaos at the flag stand. Already much quicker by a good 10 miles an hour compared to Dulcin. As we continue to zip along, we can tell you DNF, Stephen Paulison, is out of the race. It's our 3rd DNF, the 2024 Speedway 500. McConey, not having a fun time. Now he's got lapped cars trying to race past him. Hold off the lap traffic this time. So, whereas some of the others who topped off Wood, Sebastian Jackson's further on back. Right now, Harley is in 14th, though. And he's wanting to get some spots possibly gathered up. No move on the Dog Bear machine for now. Why don't we take a listen in for a few laps with Vince Harley, your pole sitter from today, trying to make up track position. Take a listen to the sights and sounds for the Brickyard. Back and forth going Davey and McConey trying to move themselves forward there. Those sounds from Vince Harley's perspective. Curl runs 13th and now looking for 12th very quickly. He ran over the back of the 03 with the speed burst, but the draft helping McConey defend. Once again, staggered lines as Harley goes into the slipstream. These drivers are already about half a track back of your race leaders. That's how big the difference is around the racetrack in terms of speed, but also dirty air. Harley wants to find a clean air pocket inside. McConey let him have it fully, he does. So in the clean air pocket and looking to run is Vince Harley. There's Don Tolson. Right now he's essentially the benchmark, 11th place. He's lost draft. He's got no one to help and contact behind him. Hard contact to the wall in dirty air from Mark Davey. He may have just broken the chassis. He's broken the suspension. No caution, we stay green. No meatball flags. Now he's got one. He has to pit. Leaders behind him trying to sort out what to do here as Davey had to take a hard left turn to the pit lane and take the faster pair if it's still available. For some today, it's been a struggle to recover, though. If you fall off the lead lap, remember, in this event, you have to race for it back, and it can require the luck of the draw. Matt Brewer, he's ran away again from Ross Banfield. What's that deficit? How about near 3 seconds? Banfield is losing on average about 1 to 3 tenths per lap in the UDocs car. It's just been a runaway sensation for the hometown racer. That's a whole half a straightaway, by the way. It is important to mention their pit stop window is within the next 10 laps. Again, 10 laps or so from now for pit stops for them. There's the stint details. The highest of those who have topped off still, that's still way further back to the pylon, around 11th or 12th or so. That's Harley. The thing is, Harley is 14 seconds behind your net race leader and overall leader. They'll need, yet again, some cautions and some luck of the draw to get back up front. We'll see where the math checks out once the pit window opens, if they get green flag stops, which is looking like the very strong likelihood. Here's a look at one of the battle packs that is starting to see close up. In front of them, lap traffic and Davey. That's what cost Olsen some time just now. He's lost 2 seconds to the group in front and more contact in front. For the second time in 3 laps turned by the 11, he collapsed the wall in the short chute. No mandatory repairs, but Davey may have damaged the suspension from that clap. Also had Harley may have fallen in hearing from that aero wash because of how tight the 11 made it in the wall contact. He did hit a wall scrub, but not a hit. Remember, the one thing to consider when it comes to aero tightness, the further back you go in the train of cars, the worse the aero tightness is if someone gets really tight. The only way Harley can know if there's suspension damage will be once he goes to pit, and if it says he has to get some optional damage possibly, and he just may have scraped it. He just about put himself in the wall with the right front tire. You've seen him trying to weeble wobble a touch bit, try and feel the car out. It looks like he may have damaged the suspension with the little scrape from before and is still trying to feel it. He's lost time and is losing ground by now, a couple tenths a lap all of a sudden since the scrape. So it looks like Harley may have indeed bent something on corner exit because it's nearly spun 3 straight corner exits. Your pole sitter having a rough time, Matt Brewer, your current leader, having a great time out there. All that's wow. David Haer still in front. Pit lane is open, and yes, indeed, it looks like this is the situation we were just talking about. Vince Harley has to come in, get off the strategy. It looks like, indeed, he's damaged the suspension from the scrape. Can't confirm. He's had the side pod pushed back out with the faster pair, so Harley's now had to burn it. He'll hope for a green flag run or possibly a well-timed caution as a result. Brewer is within the window. Everybody out front now reaching lap 32 this time. See how far they actually get though. And Brewer can't get past it. He only went 32. So it looks like Brewer is in full-on push mode. Same can be said for many of the other drivers. They cannot get the same distance as many people may have expected. A lot of them did not have drafting partners. Next window for them, lap 120. And that's if they hit 32 again. That might hit 131. Then after that, 152 on the average. If they keep the same totals, then 184 to close it. That puts them essentially on the bubbles of strategies we talked about earlier. Side by side again down the straightaway. It's Harley after the pit stop right in the middle of the battle for 5th. Side by side as now Harley showing the fresh tires. Last time by with draft 41.9. That was one of the quickest laps this race. As now in the lane, Ross Banfield. Banfield going 34. Remember, fuel is time, and time is important on the racetrack. Now, I just received word on the Sector 5 situation. It is a rough one for that team now with the DNF of Paulison. Brian Bennett, originally amongst those, part of the travel list. 2 different drivers traveling. One is sick. One is stuck at work for that team. So Sector 5 not having a great time. For Bennett, he was amongst those that we usually see in this time slot in this split. Was up 17 hours with jet lag. Hence why he couldn't run the race tonight. More pit stops. And these are the 35 lappers, Shallington and more. So these are drivers in the splash and dash zone for later. If it rolls green. Some drivers able to stretch it near 36 laps, though. Brandon Whitaker's in that group. Same can be said for this machine. This is Ryan Steele. Oh, and a lengthy lunge for Haer. Keeping it safe, though. Speed limit 60 miles an hour here at Indy. No troubles and no speeding penalties this cycle. So far, at least. So that leaves a couple drivers yet to pit. Daniel Stevens expected to come in the next couple laps, if not now. He's going 37 now in the stint. That's the longest out of anybody. Everybody else, top off group. That was Jackson, Johnson, Mertz, and Bradbury hoping for a caution. And Stevens is still going. So how about that? Stevens may have saved the most fuel out of anybody in this field. Just ran a 41.9 in the clean air. He's been in the 42-second bracket all run. Remember, he lost track position from some of the attrition earlier on in the race. Just 7 laps away from the halfway point in this one as pit stop time for your leader. The MFR machine is in, and that will mean Sebastian Jackson, for the first time this season, is in the lead. Also with them in this group is Adam Johnson. And Johnson nearly claps the wall. A lot of nightmarishly tight split seconds there. Those curious? You know how big the lead is for Matt Brewer right now compared to this machine of Banfield? How about 8 seconds and growing? It's been a perfect race for Brewer in split 2 so far. Absolute rocket ship, absolute pace. If he was in top split, we might be talking about him being one of the biggest movers with how things have gone here tonight. The interesting thing is, I've gotten some more context in terms of what happened in the qualifying situation. Apparently, when Matt Brewer went to look at his emails, typing online, he tried to find the emails for the major series. Instead, he apparently should have typed Speedway 500. So the reason he did not take part in bump qualifying was because he missed an email. So that's unfortunate in that camp. That was confirmed just in the final moments of bump qualifying. Seen, by the way, a second ago, pit stop for Robbie Bradbury, so only 2 yet to complete the service. In other news, some of the drivers are having some of the worst runs of their periods today. Others, like Jeff McConey, for example, we talked about him. Well, they've fallen a full lap off the pace. Others are clapping the wall like Greg McConey. Both the McConeys are not having a fun time right now. The statement forwarded from the McConey camp in terms of more so the chip, but now you can fall into both the drivers. It's the feeling of when your delivery driver forgets your drink. Sadness and frustration. And the need to call somebody in terms of getting the drink and getting on the right path to get the drink. Both of them are laps down. So throw them out of the picks. On the bright side, at least, to earlier tonight for our co-announcer and Sheldon Atkins, step aside for a bit here. His pick is looking great. Or was earlier, at least. We'll see where they cycle. Haer, in fact, is still in the top 10, has been top 5 much of the night. A quick comparison, by the way, before we reach halfway in this race on how top split is going on sim speed. Will Height still the leader. Andrew Lewis in front of Shaughnessy. Wilson rounding up the top 4. There is some pit strategy afoot, though, as they reach their halfway. There's a pit stop for some of the lap traffic, expecting Sebastian Jackson to close out the window in a moment. Adam Johnson has already been passed on the track by Brewer. And here comes Brewer. How about the raw pace from the 636? Cross flags in the air this time. He passes everybody on the contra-strat. So a near 9-second lead halfway to the race, and that immediately forces them to come into pit. At the halfway mark here on Grid Vision, it's Matt Brewer with a rocket ship. The rocket running away in hyperdrive. We'll take a break. More coverage of the Speedway 500 after this.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at why we're under caution just moments before. Well, Vince Harley, he got bit by the 1 and 2 curse. Hard contact to one wall, hard contact to the other across the track, and that brought us under caution on lap 102. So Harley, his day likely done. In fact, is confirmed done for the day. Your pole sitter could not get back in the top 10 after the strategy decisions and now is out. Coming up to the restart, we've had another change in strategy because your top 7 staying out. Shallington, Steele, Henger, Vela, McSpiron, Yedio, and Stevens. Shallington takes it a slow roll for the restart. We're backing away. A lot of side-by-side amongst those who were in the pit group and lap cars intermingled with lead lappers here. So a lot of different strategies all at once overlapping. Taking a look at Whitaker. This is currently the battle with, well, starting to really develop for 12 because Dulcin is trying to get past lap cars. You have lap cars in front and all around. Also, this time by Adam Johnson to serve a penalty for passing under the yellow flag, the 29 to serve it. Mirror contact for several cars, nearly arrow pushing to the fence. Wilson forced tight side. This time the send. Fillingham parks the bus on the slider. 3 wide in front of them with lap traffic. Whitaker forces the issue on the curbing, makes it work. But here comes more lappers, and here comes Fillingham. Some lap cars trying to back it up. Others, like Davey, saying, I'm on the track to race. First the lap down, by the way, is Jeff Bocconi, but he needs a lot to happen to get back up there as he gets zipped by Whitaker. All this squabbling has cost these drivers 7 seconds already to the race leader of Jay Shallington. For those wondering, where is Matt Brewer? Well, he's making a pass right now, we can tell you that, because he just changed for 7th. He's in the heart of the field. Don Dillson, also just seen trying to make moves. There's a look back to him and Brewer. Brewer is still your fastest car in traffic today. Already, next in line is Chris Yedio. Slow up for Craig McConey. 3 wide with lap traffic nearly as they go single file behind. Others like Banfield still stuck back there. There's a look again as the pass nearly complete this time. Brewer is 5 seconds back in the queue to the race leader in closing. Looking out to the inside, Yedio not making it easy. Two Fusion cars are crashing turn 1 and 2 today with short. Yedio trying to avoid being the third. at least 2 to 3 pit stops left in this race for most of the field, mind you, depending on how they played the strategy. Mertz is in the wall, more people in the wall. That was Whitaker who ended up getting tagged into said wall. Now here's a look back on Ascend. It's Greg McConey. Or rather, Jeff. Whitaker's got a problem. After scraping the wall, he's got chassis damage. Just received word we are now, another member coming over for tonight's broadcast. We are now going to be able to welcome in Jeremy Stanley, the broadcast booth. Jeremy, hello and welcome to the midway point for a caution flag. It's the Speedway 500 and Tempers Flare. Jeff McConey involved in contact, and we have more cars involved with Daniel, with broken chassis parts.
What a way to welcome me in here. And yeah, that car is completely destroyed. Jeff's going to have to bring that thing down for probably the end of his race. I don't think he's going to be able to recover from this one here.
That's Jonathan Bean. Same damage, by the way, to McConey. But first things first, welcome to the Brickyard. Second things second, attrition is really building right now because at least half the field's a lap down with damage. Let's take a look at the replay.
Running a nice smooth line through here, going to turn number 1. Don't see anything wrong so far. This is like, oh, there's a car right there. And he just drove right into the door panel, if you will, right into there, not thinking he would come back up the track or something, and just made the wrong choice to go down to the bottom.
And that was a major talking point just on the radio with lap traffic racing the... Well, they were both a lap down in the battle, but getting it done cleanly. There's McConey, and there's hard contact to the side pod again. And this is all making it so difficult here today, Jeremy, on getting the strategy right. We've had a rotation of strategies, 3-4 different strats now coming into play because of it.
You saw a lot of other guys move down to try to avoid that wreck too, and he just kind of followed that line. There was a ton of smoke there on that second angle. And he really did not know where he was going to be, and so just kind of made that choice, and definitely didn't pay off for him. And he's still hanging out there, but he's going to bring it down pit road, and here comes everybody else along with him.
So, drivers in: Steele, Henger, McSpiron, Velga, Fillingham, Whitaker, Mertz, and Yedio, and many more here in this one. So, it's been an interesting night so far. I'm not sure if you've kept an eye in terms of the corner of your screen with how things have gone so far, but what are your thoughts when it comes to a race like this at a track like Indy with attrition really starting to build up?
Yeah, sometimes this track is so big, right, and it takes a long time. You got 500 miles here, and so it's just, you just have to, especially in the midway point of the race, if you get in a long green flag run, you just have to mentally keep yourself aware of what's going on. It is very easy to kind of zone in, zone out kind of thing. And so you just got to, and these cars can break loose in a hurry too. So you can't hit the little rumble strips there at the bottom. And if you don't hit your mark going into these corners, because you're going, what, 220, 230 into each corner, turn 1, turn 3. And if you don't hit that mark just right, your car can push tight or get loose depending on how your setup is set up. And yeah, so just hitting your marks is extremely important here in Indianapolis.
Indeed, and we've seen that really come into play tonight. But you know, one thing we've seen, Matt Brewer, before the cautions, had an 8-9 second lead in this race. The reason he didn't make bump qualifying, for reference, for those who missed, and to fill you in here, Jeremy, as well, was he missed an email. Quite simple. He missed the email for what time it was starting and didn't realize until after bump qualifying started. So, since then, he's been a man on a mission. 32 laps on the strat, running a full 3/10 quicker than some drivers behind him in most cases every time we stayed green.
Actually kind of impressed they jump into qualifying like that and show up in the race and be that quick. So obviously he's turned some laps here prior and even probably these past couple of weeks, so he is ready for it.
So with the strategy roulette, Stevens, Jackson, Banfield, and Shellington, your top 5. So we've seen a lot of the strategy play out different throughout tonight. Teamwork seems to start to be coming in play here for Dog Bear in particular. 501 to the 12 are in the same strategy boat, trying to use each other to make up ground. They're the first on the top-off strat. It'll be a curious time for them in the next couple moments or so. So what do you keep in mind for a restart coming up at a race for this type of a race? Knowing especially our longest run on average has got a full green flag stint, but we've seen a lot of cautions after 20 laps.
I mean, at this point, it's the middle of the race. You would think you still got plenty of time, right? So not knowing, for me personally, what those stints look like on a full green flag cycle before they come down for fuel, I would just, with that 20-lap average, you gotta keep yourself in check. Let's get this thing carried with more green flag runs in the back half of the race. Green flag is out here, and you see everyone single file down the front straightaway. A little bit of protection there from the first and second place cars as they head off into turn 1 and turn 2, and you already see some major gapping here within the top 5 and even the top 10 as they make their way down the back straightaway here.
Caution again. Wayne sheared off of Brian Scrivener, and we're running out of 1 lap down cars. In fact, we are out of them. This sparking from the restart. And this may take a couple moments to get the look because Josh Mertz hit him before they even got to the start and finish line. Broke the rear wing, and then turn 1, no downforce. Big problem.
Yeah, that wing was already broken, and I don't know if he didn't know that already, but yeah, you can't sail these cars in there with the downforce that's required from the front or rear wing, and so went to that corner, and there was just no grip to be had, and then it looked like he took out somebody else there, just couldn't get out of the way there, so just that's super unfortunate there.
Yeah, here's another look. This is more, I think, ahead of it all. But there was a big stack up, and that's been a trouble spot today. Drivers trying to guess the run or lay back. After contact on a slow start. Hard contact, he still collects the person who hit him as well, and Mertz. To the tow truck he goes.
There's the damage done to who was collected there. Left front disconnected, so some required repairs to this machine. And yeah, just couldn't get out of the way. Unfortunate to see that. And yeah, I don't know what it looks like with the spotters and whatnot, saying if there's damage to your rear wing prior to going. But obviously he felt good underneath the pace lap, or else he wouldn't have stayed out there with that broken wing. So required repairs to both of those cars. We're going to stack them back up here in a lap or 2. And then hopefully at that time, we can get our long green flag run to this session. Because I would love to see personally what this looks like in the back half of this very long event.
Also of note, at the time of all that, Jeffrey McConey picked up a black flag in sim. It's time to now touch upon, if you somehow magically get to this incident limit, you are a magician. 26 is the race incident limit tonight. And for some drivers, they are right now trying to make sure they stay out of trouble. We have every driver who's lost a lap now 2 laps down. Half the field has been in a lot of trouble and incidents. Half the field still has a faster pair in hand, or used it to start the race when the entire back half of the field crashed after some air, let's say, got between 2 cars.
I will tell you, you said the incident count is 26 per driver. In an Indy car, when it's open wheel or any type of open wheel, if you're hitting 26 or getting close to it, you're flirting with disaster because things can break in a hurry. You've seen the just in the short amount of time I've jumped in, we've seen 3 different times the front wheels have disconnected. So yeah, let's try not to do that this time around though, and let's get this thing going. I'd love to see this.
This is the replay of what happened at the start of the race. Remember where a great portion of the field crashed. Bob Beltrami went up into the wall, for example. At least one driver, Timothy Klaus, went upside down and then flown into the sky. both of those drivers out of the race since then early. In fact, Beltrami didn't even make it halfway after that. This ate a lot of drivers' faster pairs up for this part of the race.
Man, what a parking lot just past the start-finish line here. Yeah, just looks like maybe someone didn't get going from what I saw in that first angle, and they just drives it right in there and catches the catch fence there with the rear of the car. Man, I have not seen a start like that in a long time. And then some iRacing magic right there, speaking of which. And man, that was a big mess. That's one of probably the biggest IndyCar wrecks I have seen on the service.
So how does that now change how you drive, especially since several of those drivers, including Chris Yedio and a few others, are in the top 10 right now with all the attrition building from everyone else?
Well, you use your only faster pair. You have just over 80 laps to go. Knowing the caution average, you said is somewhere around 20 laps. You just really need to space yourself. If you're getting past, let the person by. There's no need to rush it until about, the final fuel run or final tire run. So that's what you got to do. You got to just really protect yourself. The wrecks are going to happen based off the law of averages here, at least 3 or 4 more on that 20 laps. So just be completely aware of what's around you, and don't push the issue if you don't have to.
All set to get back underway, Matt Brewer, who has been outright dominant today. Through the green flag, Jackson not ready for it this time, up to second with his strategy. Ross Banfield rounding out the top 3, then some lap cars until you get the Jay Shallington. So the full tempo back to full son. How long does the run last here? That's the question. We're already coming up towards 80 laps to go. This race has been flying by as of late.
Yeah, if you could key me on how long the fuel stint is roughly. If it goes by that 20 laps, then that's probably what it's going to be. But as the drivers start to fall out of this race one by one like this, after using the faster pair, then getting into another wreck, that gives you less opportunities for a caution, which could bring our very long green flag run here. We're going to get this lap completed whatsoever without any incident. So, actually, one, I think, slightly touched the wall there, that yellow car in the back.
That would be Brian Barnes in that case. But to answer your question, 32 is the earliest. That's Matt Brewer's strat. 37 for those in different fuel mapping and saving in the heart of the pack. That seemed to work out for a couple drivers. But Matt Brewer passed everyone on the contra strat of topping off by the time they didn't even pit yet. That's how quick that car was last stint.
So that would give it about 3 runs at most. So, yeah, the way they're spacing out right now, it's just handling, right? Unless there's going to be some passing later on this run right now, it's just, if the cars are handling good, we're going to see this long green flag run, but got to keep that mental awareness in check like we've talked about already. So you see every single car's got about at least 5 or so car lengths in width from spacing from one another here until we get to about 10th place or so. We got a couple cars utilizing the draft one, going to the inside, trying to make that pass in turn 3.
Another poke alongside. And that time, Whitaker able to make the move on McSparron. McSparron lets him have it in the willpower paint ski. And give and take is so critical here because for a lot of cases, if both people try and take, at least one of them are hitting the wall.
Well, you saw on turn 3 last time when he made that pass, Whitaker did it on the inside, gave over a car length of width on between them two as the pass was completed. So that's what you have to do to keep this race clean. No reason to push it with 80 laps to go. 79 at the line this time. And yeah, everyone's got really good handling cars from what I can see so far joining in here. This is my first few laps of green flag action. And I don't see many cars with handling issues to this point.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the handling issues. It's aero wash is so big here. The danger spot's been turn 1, turn 2, especially the short chute. It seems everybody, the second they get a whiff of drop within a second of anybody, you better hope that they're not getting tight too. You're hitting the wall.
and it is so crucial for those who haven't driven an Indy car. Like, downforce is everything in these cars. It's literally, you saw that in the last caution with no rear wing, the thing just spins out. They just cannot grab the track. And so if someone's taking air from your car in front of you, your car has almost no downforce, and so it really tightens it up, and that's that washing. And so with you going to the corners at 230 miles an hour, you're so dependent on it. So you kind of have to move your car a little bit staggered, if you will, or just got to lift a lot more getting to the corner, or else you'll find that that wall on the exit of turn 1 or turn 3 so easily.
Sebastian Jackson taking advantage of the strat. Same for Banfield still, but getting to Jackson. 22nd is where he started, and one of the things touched upon with Sheldon Atkins and I earlier is to get up front, you need strategy, you need luck. Jackson, if it pays off for him, it's a bit of both. He hit the wall, though, to the short shoot.
Yeah, you saw he got about 2 feet away from that outside wall there, off the exit of turn number 1, and that can be from just tire wear or just trying to widen out that exit to try to capitalize on much speed as you can, because if you turn the car too sharp, you're going to lose speed. You want to get as close as you can to that outside wall every single corner. That's what makes Indianapolis so difficult, because it's 4 90-degree turns. They're not really sweeping, so I'm just trying to do what he can. He got a little close that time, though, and being so far up in the field in P2 right now, you don't want to take that risk because you got a lot of space between yourself and third place, but you have a helmet on, so you want that race lead. You see it's less than 2 seconds ahead, and so he's trying to do what he can.
Indeed. Top split action for comparison for tonight's Speedway 500. To give you an update for those who want to keep track from the SimSpeed side, they've had 14 cautions in top split. Nathan Medina, because of it, is now the race leader. It's been a race dominated by Chris Wohite, Alan Wilson, and Lauren Shaughnessy. Up in top split tonight, those are 3 of the Reichelbach machines, riding with high side this season, that have done very well, to say the least. So the race itself you see on screen, Shallington about 6 seconds back to your race leader. He's ditched his teammate in steel.
The gap between them is about 0.7, 0.8 right now, just inside of that draft wake. You said it's about a 1 second gap, and that's where every single car, for the most part, just kind of hanging in that 1 second gap or less. So they're just barely being towed here. That's what's keeping this pack together. I'm surprised we're not seeing any more closer battles going on. I know the draft, you can pick up a ton of speed, but they're all just kind of hanging out, if you will. And I don't see too many cars on the attack right now. They're just kind of logging some laps, which is, this is going to bring that 30-plus lap in, and then we'll see some green flag strategies happen, and that's where it gets fun for me. If you can have a 5-lap differential, you're talking about 32 to 37. When you get down to the end of the race, which strategy will be the best? That's always fun for me to figure out.
There's the last lap comparisons for those curious, and as said, it's been a rocket ship up front. The reason with Jackson's times, he's got draft for parts of it, but also loses time when passing. As much as a full second to lose the time of 2/10 picked up in the slipstream. It's such a intricate car to try and have to drive. Keep in mind the store IR18. You mess up any intricacies, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, it's so easy to do that too. This cue hitting the curbing, shoots your car up, gets loose, whatnot. If you just go too wide on exit, open exposure wheel, right? So if you just hit that wall once, just a little bit, your day gig could be completely shot. You see the gap right here from 3rd to 4th. Look at that, it's almost a 4-second difference. So this top 3 is really just kind of broken out a little bit here. And then everybody else on behind them are still within that 1 second gap from one another. It looks like this race right here, though, looks like it's getting a little bit closer. This is for P8 and P9.
These are actually some of the lap cars on a racetrack. It's 18th and 19th.
That's what
so,
I meant.
yeah, you're close. But
Took out the one.
well, they're 2 laps down actually. as well. But it's been a rough one for Colty. He had a black flag from lap 1. Had to come down, had to wait for at least 2 laps to serve the penalty, but has still stayed in it and has gained from being 30th starting spot to 18th. In other words, what I'm saying is he didn't give up and didn't have any more trouble since.
Well, it's good to know that no more trouble since then, because these guys are still just turning laps here, one by one. Still not seeing too much on the track here. Learning from my perspective here, this is actually the first time I'll be able to jump into an IndyCar style broadcast, so I'm glad they got the IndyCar name back so I can say that, because if we couldn't, I would mess that up and still say it anyway. So I'm glad we're able to call that once more. But they see a little contact there coming into turn number 1 from the car right behind him, that white machine. But yeah, starting to see a little motion there from a couple of the cars in the middle of this run here on lap 131, so 70 laps to go. So we're about 13 laps or so on the green flag, 15 laps on this run, and a little bit close to halfway before we're going to see the pit stops if we get that green flag cycle completed.
Depending on the fuel mappings here, this could potentially be a one-stopper from here, a tight one. How long do they stretch it forward is the question. We're already, remember, towards the magic number to be fully good, 32 to go. To open the window itself, depending on what the drivers do in terms of maps, they can go in as early as 35 to go for a final stop. The top 3 have to come in the next couple laps regardless. They are on the money for the strategy, Jeremy.
We'll see here in a few laps what that looks like. Hit your marks coming down pit road. You have tons of room off of turn 4 to get down to speed. So it's a little bit easier of a track than some others, but that's also a huge key. Don't speed down pit road. Make sure you hit your marks on pit road, because sounds like we have not had the green flag stops that we want. So not much practice in tonight's race during that, as you see a little pass here in turn 3. But yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how they approach pit road here under green flag conditions.
So far, we've had no speeding penalties, interesting enough, here today. Everybody has hit their marks at 60 miles an hour. Remember, with the IndyCar version of the racetrack, the cone is much deeper compared to, say, a stock car race. So you can send it in a little bit more, have that extra braking space, too.
That's very true here. So you said there's a couple more laps left, so we're gonna find out real shortly. Look at the gap leader has over 4 seconds, and then second to third's only 0.6. So that's getting pretty close. And another 5-second gap behind that. These top 3 are just really broken out here on this run.
It's been the trend all day as pit stop time. It's Sebastian Jackson. He comes in after 34 laps total, including the pace laps. This is on schedule for him. And he missed his pit stall.
Second place, missed the pit stall. That's that. You got to hit the marks, man. This is not much green flag practice, right, on the pit stop there, and just missed it barely. And if it stays green the rest of the way, that can be very costly. I know he had a big gap there with some of the guys behind him, but still, a few seconds could make or break a podium finish.
So we're down to 22 cars running, by the way. Brian Scrivener is officially out of the race. Check that. We have 23. You know why? After 62 laps out of the race, Jeremy, Paulson, who had a tech issue that caused a crash, just jumped back into the car a few laps ago and said, you know what? I want to try and make sure I score points. The 58, Stephen Paulson, has a chance if he keeps going to finish in 23rd here. So he is putting an effort to at least get something out of tonight.
Just keep grinding, keep doing what you can on the track, and as long as you can avoid any incidents that might be in front of it, then yeah, we'll see what they got in store here around lap 136, now 137 as they cross the line this time. So we're getting close to the fourth quarter of this race, being at lap 150, just 14 laps away here.
Should see the hand out the window in the next couple moments here. Brewer, when we had a full cycle, went straight in at 32 laps complete. He's been running in the 41-second bracket this entire run outside of a couple laps. It looks like he can go at least one more. And the reason it's more significant for him to keep going further and further this run is if he keeps up this pace, he's not going to make it to the 35. He needs the full 32. And guess what? For this window, in theory, he is just about at 32 to go for when he needs to come in next.
Yeah, that'll put him right there on that money there. So we're thinking he's going to be coming down pit road this time, what it sounds like. So we're in turn 3 now, turn 4. Let's see if he makes the dip down to pit road. And there he comes, right on cue like expected. Down to speed, looks like he's there. No lock up with the tires. And we've already seen the one miscue on the pit stop. As you see a couple cars down pit road here. I don't know if they're just for damage, but let's see if he can not overshoot the stall. He had a pretty decent lead, but still, you don't want to have any mistakes. Nice and easy.
Exactly how I needed it to be. So, right now, 61 to go. He is on the money for what he needs. So that puts Ross Banfield into the lead for now. And for Ross, the thought coming in at least, for some may have been he was going to contend with this car. That's just not happened today. The 777's coming in. He's been the second quickest, and that's the best he's had all day. He's going to need a miracle.
Yeah, you're going to need to have at least one more caution to get back for a fighting chance here. As he's going on pit road, and seeing some cars get a little bit closer here on your screen right now. Coming down the back straightaway. Looks like it gapped him a little bit there through turn 2. And it just right in that wake there, that 1 second mark. Have they been for the most part of this green flag cycle here. And looks like he's exiting down pit road, nice and clean. And as you're going to continue to see the cars come in one by one here on these next few laps.
Expect a land rush of pit stops, the next few, in fact. Drivers approaching 30 laps into their stints here. These are the drivers that are going to potentially take a few seconds quicker in the stall for their final pit stop if it stays green. That's one key word, first of all, staying green. But second, where are they going to match up on time? That's the most difficult part. That's not going to be known until really fully once they get into the pit lane and adjust that in the box.
I understand. Just a quick question on my behalf here. These guys are open setups, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So any potential adjustments that could be had? You see a pass here going to turn 1 this time. Nice, clean, and easy maneuver to get around that white car. Sorry, I don't know the names. I'm just jumping in a little late here, so I'm going to try to do my best on that notion. But I love this paint scheme too, by the way, this Eagle paint scheme. I actually had to recreate one earlier this year. Looks exactly like this one. I really enjoyed looking at this car.
Yeah, I like to go with the American Eagle look. After all, America. Quite simply. I mean, it's right up the team's wheelhouse when it comes to Dog Bear. They like to scream like bald eagles around the racetrack and speed.
Yeah, if you can rock the red, white, and blue. Plus, we're getting close to July, right? So it's kind of already in the mindset of some people getting ready for that. But, yep, very, very clean. Well, dirty car, but clean paint scheme nonetheless. And not starting, but you're just continuing to see the straight line racing here. And it sounds like it's a lot less eventful than it was in the first half of this 500-mile event here in Indianapolis. I'm going through turn 4 once more down the straightaway. And looks like we got at least one more car coming on pit road this time back.
Yeah, that's Jeff McConey, this time one of the lap cars. Also bringing in the lockup near speeding for Adam Johnson. Avoids the speed penalty. Jonathan Bean is also still down there getting repairs done, by the way. Did receive one little posted from the 504 camp. The whole team is going to Waffle House to celebrate their performance as second to last on track. In all seriousness, expecting to peel off in the next couple laps here for the 501 and for the 12. Their teammates gonna go one more. All right, up to 145, Dino Vella. He rose up to the ranks here all night as well. Fastest in final practice. Just seemed to stall out to 7th once he got into the long run of things here, though. So even though he had rapid pace compared to the leader in traffic, just couldn't capitalize once he got to 6th or 7th.
Yeah, huge difference between short speed run and long run speed and short run speed. Could use too much tire wear, or you got the field mapping where you change it for the 500-mile race versus what you're running in practice. And so a couple different variables there, which could, you know, if you're not practicing for the right thing, you don't have the long run set up underneath you like right now, this is where you need it. And so if your car's good at only for the first 15, 20 laps, then maybe you shortcut the pit stop there to make sure you can get the maximum amount of speed out of this car, because you know you're going to take 2 pit stops. But so don't just stay out there too long. Don't burn your stuff up too much, and try to maximize where you can.
Absolutely. This way, by the way, McSpiron, Dolson, Bradbury now in, expecting more. This time, Dino Vella nearly crashed his car, trying to get ready to go to the pit lane. He hit the curbing, trying to get the lane right.
That's the mistakes we're trying not to do. We saw the one lockup. I don't know if we got reported if he was able to get down on speed on time. I think he did, but I didn't hear anything else. And yeah, we saw one miscue where they missed the pit stall, and one almost hit the wall there. So clearly they haven't hit all their marks exactly like they needed to in practice underneath green flag conditions. But thankfully, we haven't seen anything else more than that. And you got one more try at it. Oh, here we go. They're going to break down now, down the pit road for these guys.
Right on cue, the teammates come into the pit lane, and they bring in many more with them. Hanger and many more. Whitaker, Yetago, everybody coming on down, all except for Josh Mertz, who is the need a caution grouping after using the faster pair during the last caution period.
Looks like he's going to be allowed to lead a couple more laps before he's going to find pit road. And as his pit road is very active right now. Race off. Looks like he will get down pit road
Right
first.
front straight away. Trouble.
Here we go.
Damian Colty's made his first major mistake of the day. A crash down the front straightaway after being 2 laps down from a penalty early. The 34 has hit the wall.
Huge damage there to the left side of this car. Going to end the night, it looks like, unfortunately, as we kick it over to the replay side of things. And just got loose. You haven't seen much of the handling situation. That one, he just broke loose there. Not even probably halfway through the corner, the car started finally kicking loose, and just kind of trailed it along. Slaps the inside wall, tries to woe it down. But then the car shifts up to the track, and thankfully able to miss every single driver that passed by right there.
And it kept going after the first save. Let's take a look.
You know, such a slow, gradual looseness, and these cars are so hard to correct and not overcorrect, and brought it to the inside wall, which was the safe move to do. But then cross back over the track to not hit anything. But man, that is unfortunate. There's just nothing you could do in that moment. When those cars get loose, it is just so difficult. And yeah, just left front completely destroyed.
Let's take a break. A quarter of the race to go, and the strategy gets wild. Josh Mertz gets the caution he needed to get back on the lead lap. You're watching Grid Vision from Indy.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series.
We apologize there as we get back to green flag racing with under 50 laps to go. Matt Brewer was the only one to stay out during the caution cycle that just popped up. So, Brewer remains in the lead, still on cycle, but needs to come in 10 laps earlier than every other car in this field. Black flag, John Fillingham for an issue off the start. Everybody else looking solid. There goes Fillingham for the black.
Pit road shortly after green flag is back out here, and a little more racier in the back half of this pack here. Saw a lot of positions switch out there on the front straight. Oh, one heavy into the wall. Is that the Oh man, he was running in second place just a little bit ago, and heavy impact there to the inside retaining wall. Exiting turn number 1, quickly holds the escape key, gonna bring that thing to the garage, and his night is done. What a wicked hit there off turn 2.
Sebastian Jackson is the next one to bite the turn 1 and 2 tightness curse. It's been that way since the 2022 iRacing Indy 500. It hits here, and it collects Colty for a ride upside down.
Yeah, there was a car on the white car at the very top of the wall. It looks like he got hit, and then the blue car, of course, that came through there. We're gonna get another angle out of it here. Turn 1 just washes up. We talked about this 20 laps ago or so, that arrow wash. He was in the wake of the car, and there's the car that flips over really bad right there. So it's still on the lid, hits the wall, does a 360, still on his lid. Thankfully, he's in a virtual car, because that would have been a crazy ride if not. But yeah, arrow wash directly into the outside wall of exit of turn 1.
Let's take a listen. This is from On Board the Ride of Damian Colty.
Just nowhere to go.
And he used the faster pair last caution. That's 2 straight he's involved in.
Yep, there it's just things happen so quick here at Indy. He saw it, and you're going 230, and you just can't do anything about it. And that's real tough to see. Out for the night with that damage. No fast repairs left, as you just mentioned. And so these guys are going to have to regroup up once more. Probably going to get the green flag. Probably at lap 157. I'm seeing at least one car come down pit road this time. Is there any tire limit set for this? Is it unlimited?
Unlimited.
Well, it's good to know these guys here in the back going to take advantage of that. Might as well, if you're going to be in the back anyways, come down with some fresh tires here and try to get at least a couple more positions of what you would have prior.
And a couple more top offs in turn. We are still outside the fuel window to make it by 10, near 11, 12 laps though, on average. So at the very least, trying something different to see if it sticks and make it a caution flag. So now, it's worth noting as well in the sim that Matt Brewer said, "Can we please not have any more cautions? I need to use the restroom." So, you know, things are going great for your race leader.
Well, these guys aren't in race suits because they're in the virtual wheel, so you can't just go at will. And I guess you could come down pit road and give up that lead, which you don't want to. I'm not sure who the last car is on the lead lap, but his car is really quick. Even if you were to come down pit road to use the bathroom, I wouldn't be surprised if he can make up those spots relatively quickly. But getting to back to third, second, first, that would be the tall task. But looks like he's just going to have to hold it in for the next 45 laps.
Or at the very least, do a caution with 35 laps to go and then deal with it and have the, you know, the good 10-second dash, as it's called. Better hope that it's within 10 seconds or within 2. So, in real seriousness for the race restart, Brewer, Shallington, Steele, Vela inside the top 4. Then lap cars, McDowell and Brian Barnes, a veteran of the Major Series from its formation as the Northwest Series years ago. He's in the top 5 from 25th. The Dog Bear machine is picking them off one by one.
Yeah, the car is looking pretty strong, I would say, here. A little bit of different view here for the top 5, minus your race leader, Shallington, Steele, Avila, Barnes, currently in those top 5 positions. And looks like Brewer just has this thing. His car is just really fast. He gets the control of the restart, able to break away quite a bit every single time. You know, we're probably going to see that once more here as we're going to get the green flag on that lap 157 mark. And now you see he's the lowest place he's been in is 16th, which is mid-pack. So been running up front all the back half of this event and doing a stellar job. And when you're controlling the race on these restarts, it makes your job just a little easier.
Out of the race officially, Colty and Jackson from the last crash. So those two have, from that, had significant damage. Also, another spot check for top split. Medina has not let go of the lead since the spot check 30 laps ago. The strategies worked out to a charm for him. Matt Brewer, he's had a raw pace all night. 108 laps led for the Speedway 500. Back underway. He looks to run. Shallington trying to match.
Look at that gap already, 4 or 5 car lengths before getting to turn number 1. Brewer's going to have a great chance to break the draft already down the back straightaway. Over half a second as he continues to gain distance. But look at second and third here. Steele looking to maybe make a pass, going to back it down. Not going to try to turn 3 as we go through 3 and 4 this time. And he got some more action right behind them. And look at this, 5, 6 cars, 7 cars more, all within passing distance from one another. This could get fun here in the next couple laps.
Yeah, especially when you have the different layers of placement, laps, everything. Going to be so difficult. For the most part, these are lead lappers together for now is the key word. McSpiron trying to hold back Whitaker's charges for 7th.
Still maintaining that gap for the most part down the back straightaway this time. One pass look to the inside here. And he's going to be able to not get at least halfway around the car and just does not have the speed there to hold. And turn 3, he's going to have to back it down for turn 4, go back to single file once more. He's going to need a really strong run on corner exit to make that pass look a little bit easier. But here we go, 3 wide down to turn number 1.
Oh, and near contact, Whitaker had to back out of it. Chris Yedio with the send. McSpiron holds them both back. And here comes Josh Mertz. Mertz had been running in the 20s most of the day, but since he got the lead lap back from the timing of the strategy, he's now top 10.
Yeah, huge break for Mertz here and doing the best what he can with it. Right at the 10th place here, and he's hanging back right now. He did not get a good lap this time. He lost a little bit of gap there, and he looks like he might fall to a couple more spots as the laps continue to tick here. But at least he's in a much better spot than previous. And let's see if he can just kind of keep that top 10, top 15 run the rest of the way.
Taking a look back to what's happening up front right now. It's Brewer that leads by near second or so. Then the next gap is an error near second. Dino Vella still holds on to top 4 here. It seems as though, yet again, pit crews and pit timing, the way the name of the game is going here. Oh, that was near contact with the pit wall. What in the world?
Car didn't look like it got too loose there. Obviously it did, but he just kind of like turned the wheel, so to speak, right down there. Almost hit the inside wall, almost hit the pit road wall. As we're going to go helmet camera here. And we're going through turn 4 now. We're going to watch this wheel and see how loose his car got. Oh,
He hit the wall.
That would definitely do it.
Wow, he nearly went full speed into the pit wall to boot. That was Fillingham able to avoid filling the inside of the pit wall with car parts.
And I'm surprised he's still on track, man. That thing squared the wall on corner exit, and somehow the things aren't broke, and he's able to maintain pace. That really surprises me. I thought his night would have been, done for the most part, not out of the race, so to speak, but if it stays green, you're not going to recover from that. So he's going to stay on track, though, and it looks like he's doing just fine.
Yeah, doing perfect right now. Still keeping a track on how things look for some of the others. Take, for example, Discovery drives on for some of the Fusion machines. You have others like Bradbury. He's on the lead lap right now. He was also a part of those laps down much of this race, but time precautions have really helped the 948. Still needs another stop to end the race, but it's much better than what it was looking like 40 laps ago for the 948 camp.
You know, looks like we're right at the end of that window for pitting. Next lap will put him at lap 164, which is 37 laps to go. And so you might start to see maybe some short pitting, maybe not. It all depends on what they have in store with their setups and whatnot. But the potential is there to see pit road stops here very shortly.
Remember, Brewer has to come in within the next 10 laps or so, if not 11. So, the lead now up to 1.1 seconds. He's broken the toe from Jay Shellington. Shellington, him and his team can go within 20 laps to go based on the numbers for these pit stops here. So it is going to be an interesting call. Do you match the leader? Or do you try and save a few seconds and see if the raw pace gets there?
Based off how this race is going, you kind of want a car to go with you to keep that speed, especially if you need that speed from the toe. If you go solo, you might lose some time on the track without being towed around. So it's going to be a tough call, tough decision here. You see, if you see the tower, it's just all within 1 second one another, 1.5, closer to 2 there for 5th place, and yeah, I don't know. That's something that they're gonna make that decision on. I'm in no way, shape, or form able to give you that information, but I'm just kind of learning at this point, and these guys are gonna teach me here coming up shortly.
Remember, the lighter the car, the faster the car in theory, but you also have to be able to adapt to the lightness of said car. A lot of drivers going to have a lot of different feelings pretty soon in their race cars. For some of the drivers that have been front runners all day, the top off strat isn't working out for some because you have, well, first you have Whitaker in the battle, but also you have Ross Banfield is still in 11th. From his decision to come in after only a couple laps. Not working out the greatest in terms of track position. He's 11 seconds back of the leader.
11 seconds back to leader, 15 cars currently on the lead lap. It looks like this time by is we're on lap 167 of schedule 200. And the gapping is just starting to grow a little bit more and more there on the 4th, 5th, 6th place. 2nd place, Shellington, it looks like he's about 1.5 back, and then 1 second back of him is Steele, just outside that draft wake. And so now it's just based off of raw speed from each of these cars.
Green light for fuel. From here on out, we're at 33 laps to go, coming to 32. From this point forward, anybody who pits will very likely make it on fuel. Now Whitaker, he's trying to battle with lap traffic here. Daniel Stevens, he's faster despite everything. He just came out of the pit lane.
Look at this race, 5 cars right now. You said there's 1 lap traffic here, but outside of that, like the rest of these cars are for position. Oh, a close call there behind Whitaker. I think that's McSperrin that was just be able to clear. Looks like Doug, or no, Yatita, I think. So, and here's the 23 of Mertz right behind him. He had that gap about a second or so from these guys, and now he's closed it on in because Mertz gets really close to that turn 1 exit right there. But this has brought in a couple of drivers, and this is going to make things eventful right now.
Mart's getting a little bit testy with the handling of that race car here. Able to keep some distance now, but a lot of aero push, causing a lot of troubles in this pack.
As you get closer and closer, of course, you get the straightaway speed, but you lose the corner speed when you don't have the downforce so strong on these noses of these Indy cars. And so I think that's what brought in Josh Smertz temporarily. As he's starting to lose a little bit of ground here. They were all buttoned up 5 cars deep, but they have all spaced from one another just in a couple laps from that. So now it's back to just single car action.
No signal for the stops yet up front. In fact, everybody seems lockstep on going as far as possible for that final pit stop maneuver. Banfield is coming, though, on the fresher tires. He's in the draft of the pack you see there.
A little bit better tires here, a little bit faster car. That'll change, of course, when the pit cycles happen, but at the time being, just inching his way a little bit further and further here as we have 30 laps to go.
Coming to 29 laps to go for the 2024 edition of the Speedway 500, second split Pacific region. Brewer has been the rocket all night long in hyperdrive for Hyperion. Shallington and Steele with strategy second and third. Vela still fourth. Barnes in the top 5. Pit stops are open. It's Ross Banfield opening the window.
First one to come down pit road. It looks like it did not lock up the tires, so solid entrance there. I think he hit those marks perfectly. And this is the final pit stop here, so do not overshoot this stall. At the box 3, 2, 1. Nice, clean, easy stop there. And here we go. Leaders in.
Matt Brewer comes in from the point. He makes it 34 laps this time. And now, where do the flags fly? Where do the strategies fly? Chris Yedio will fly into the pit lane. Jay Shallington is your leader now for now. They can go another up to 10 laps. That would take them within the 20 laps to go mark, as we did talk about already. And this could be huge depending on how the flags fly here for these teams, especially for Dog Bear, looking for a huge spark for the summer months.
And this will definitely help out if he can continue this pace here. Now running this race P1. And so when does the 501 car come down pit road now is the question. You see you got just under 1 second gap between him and Steele there in the 12. And then he's got second and a half between him and third place. So, yeah, just kind of run what you can to the end of your fuel stint, I guess, at this point. And then I think that's when you make your way down pit road. And then, you put less fuel in the car at that point. And we'll see when he decides to make his way down pit road. To see one car on pit road now.
That's scheduled service for the 453. David Hender already complete the service. Shallington still keeps going. There's the pit stop now for Whitaker from the top 5 on track.
We got 2 cars coming down this time. So the pit road window continues to be open and more drivers are invited to come on down. So I was waiting for Shallington to see what he does with his machine. Almost got to the 1 second gap there over the 12 of Steele. Comes off turn number 4, not coming down this time. Going to do at least 1 or 2 more laps here as he got 4 in tow down the front straightaway. 25 laps to go now.
He's 33 seconds back is so far Brewer on the racetrack compared to your race leader in Shallington. The net delta today, not including the access roads and the pit cone point, is 36 seconds. No matter what, Brewer is net lead depending on what happens here.
Yeah, I'd imagine he would resume once everything does cycle through. That car is just so quick, and it seems like, at least from the time I have joined in, since lap 110, but now just hanging out there still. 0.9 separates the 501 and the 12, and so minus these top 3, you see 4th place 6 seconds back, and then you get 11 seconds back for 5th place. So huge variance there just outside the top 5. But those guys are a little more buttoned up right now. As you see a couple cars right there, nose to tail here. That's Mertz and McSparron here through turn 2.
Mert's getting a little bit tight in the aero wash still. This is 5th on racetrack. Right now they're carrying 41.8. The lap times have gotten quicker. The track temperature is a blistering 130 still. So there's a look at the conditions. We haven't touched upon that in the past a little bit, but it stayed stagnant at 84 degrees air temp.
That's always amazing how you can have 84 degrees air temp, but your track, you could fry an egg on top of it, 130 degrees Fahrenheit. That is blistering hot here. And so 230 through the corners at 130 degree surface. Yeah, that it's usually not a good recipe there, but man, that is such a hot surface right now.
Steele closing into Shallington right now a little bit. Staying within about 8 or 9 tenths. Not enough really to pounce, but at least enough to be able to maintain pull down the straightaways.
And he's actually gained a tenth that time. He's 0.7 to 0.8. He was in the 0.9 region as he gets there now through turn 2. As Shallington noticed that and picked up the pace a little bit. And he continues that run down the back straightaway, almost gets to the whole 1 second mark. Finally gets some draft here for the 12, gets back into the corner, brings it to about 0.87. Now to go through 3 and 4. Looks like a little bit more shallow entry for the 12. Gets on corner exit a little bit wider, and he's going to hold the 0.87 at the moment. A little bit better 3 and 4 for the 12 car, but we're going to go back there 1 and 2. This is where Shallington gained speed here, and this time not going to be the case through turn 1 anyways, as we got a few more cars coming down pit road.
30 to 34 laps for those drivers. So when does Shallington peel on down? He is in the number to do so. Right now, he's ready to aim it forward. For as well, Brewer has only gained 1 second since the pit stop at best. It looks like he's able to stretch it one more, at least in his case. Same for Steele. 20 to go.
20 laps left. This one you expected him to maybe make his way down pit road, so any moment we're going to see him peel off and give up the race lead to Steele unless he follows him along suit, which I would think the 12 would want to come down because he can utilize the tow here that the 501 is giving him. And yeah, and they're still starting to, or continue to pull on the 3rd place car, Wheeler in the 36. So will he make his way down pit road? I think he should. And let's see if he does off turn 4 this time. And yep, here we go, down pit road.
This is the money stop for the 501. Where does he cycle officially compared to Matt Brewer? Seen the pit delta 9.5 last time by, should be much shorter. He brought fuel with him. Ryan Steele gets a lead lap for now. Matt Brewer right now is still making his way through 3 and 4 as Shallington gets into the box. Should be a shorter pit stop for these leaders. Dino Vella already 8.2 seconds in his stall. 8.5 for Shallington. But here comes Matt Brewer as Shallington gets across the cone. It's Matt Brewer to the race lead net.
And he's going to have a decent gap here through 1 and 2. And that's probably worth, what, 2.5 seconds, maybe 3 here. We'll see when they get back up to full speed. But pit road now for the number 12, Mr. Steele. He's made his way down pit road this time.
Now where does he cycle? His teammate went 8.5 before. It looks like they'll do the same. In fact, longer. Matt Brewer still at a head of steam of 220 miles per hour. Through turn 1, he'll do the pass. That leaves just a couple yet to pit. Mertz, Dolson, and Bradbury, they are all expected to come in the next 5.
Yeah, I would imagine by the next 5 laps, maybe 6, we're going to see the remainders that have not come down pit road to get their car serviced for the final time here for this 500-mile event here in Indianapolis. And I see Mertz still currently leading, not electing to come down pit road. Waiting on him, the 04, the 848. Those are the 3 cars left to make their way down pit road. And you see the gap between Brewer and Shallington is going to be just over 2 seconds, 2.2 as we speak. So Brewer was able to gain just a touch over Shallington on that pit cycle.
No pit stops this time by, we can tell you that for Mertz. Still, as he zips around, he's got a 10-second buffer to Dulson. He can't go any further than these next couple. So Mertz does not get the Cinderella treatment here tonight. Does not have the glass slipper to fit the foot in here. Dulson can only make it an extra 5 more laps to take him within 10 laps to go at best. Same for Bradbury.
And we'll see where Mertz comes out of this whenever. Remember, he had that great caution that fell his way, was able to resume the race in 10th, and he's going to give up the race lead this time here. Does he cycle within the top 10 or does he fall out of it? That's the question there. Now we're waiting for the 0-4 of Dotson and the 848 of Bradbury as we got another car coming out on pit road here.
That's Dulson and Bradbury's in, so pit window closes into the lead. It's Matt Brewer. Brewer has just a few laps to work with. Can he make sure there's no mistakes 15 more times around?
Look at Shallington down to 1.5 seconds. He was 2.2 after pit exit, so he is on a mission right now. That 501 is gaining in a hurry. Can he get there in 15 laps? That's the next question.
That's a huge question and a great point. The 3/10 faster. The tough part's going to be it's easy to catch once he gets within a second, though, Jeremy. That's when Dirty Air comes in, but the leader is dealing with some right now. In fact, he's dealing with a lap car side by side.
Yeah, look at this, a wall of air being punched for the 50 or for the 636. They go, oh, contact onto the outside wall. And looks like they're not going to be able to get to him before turn 3. This is definitely going to mess up Brewer's downforce issue here as they get to turn 3. Going to run the bottom with him, so now it puts him in direct dirty air. Shallington down to 1.2 seconds through 3 and 4. And he's still going to remain in the dirty air here. So this is what Jay wants to see for Mr. Brewer here leading this race.
Greg McConey staying up top side for now. Jay Shallington not able to pass him in the backdrop. He had gained an extra 10th. McConey finally moves up. Greg all the way to the top. Damage is done, though. He lost a net 2/10 by the time he got the pass done. This is helpful, though, for one. Ryan Steele is now hooked up with his teammate. Now coming around 12 laps to go. The distance for Brewer, 1.37 seconds through 3 and 4.
And 1.3 is your gap. 0.5 is the gap for second and third here. Teammates 2 and 3 cannot complain about this situation. Shallington, though, gains 2/10 just down the front straightaway alone. Gets to the 0.0 second area. Almost got to within under 1 second. So the 501 is still on a mission here. 11 and a half laps to go. 1.1 is the gap on the back straightaway.
It's closing. It's closing quickly. Jay Shallington's got a lighter car with 1.5 seconds quicker from the pit lane. Was Shallington waiting for the right moment to carry the speed, or did he get the strategy right? 11 laps to go. He's within a second. He's within the red box.
And he's still gaining here, but this is the question. Now he's in the draft, turn 1. It looks like he's going to hold the 0.838, 0.4 here. So coming down to the back straightaway, and he looks like he's going to hold it. And he's going to start gaining more and more. You see that number getting lower and lower into the 0.7 region. 501, Shallington's got a good amount of speed. Based on averages, he can get there, but can he fight this dirty air to get all the way next to the 636?
25 miles to go for the Speedway 500. The second split for the Pacific region. 10 laps to go. In the lead is Brewer. Straightaways are seeing Shallington close by a 10th and even in 1 and 2.
Bringing his teammate Steele, who's only at 1.2, 1.3 away, gets really close to the wall. Jay does. Don't want to do that. But he's going to still hold the 0.7 second gap. He got a little bit closer, a little bit of cautiousness on turn 2. But here we go through turns 3. 0.6 is the gap. He's going to maintain that coming through turn 4. And he's going to get to the, no, it looked like he was going to, but he's going to hold 0.6 as he's trying to chase him down the front straightaway here. 9 laps to go.
More wall contact, the backdrop for one of the McConies, but still. Dirty air is going to be huge now. Shallington struggling out of turn 2 with the air wash.
A little bit of tightness there from Jay. Drops the 10th back, 0.67. He's going to get that draft help to go back into the 0.5 second bracket here to turn 3. But this is where things are getting tighter and tighter for the 501. You can't really move up a lane or else you're going to find the outside wall trying to run down your race leader. And so you see 0.6 again. He just cannot maintain the speed through the corners anymore like he was before he got to this part of the race. So 0.4 actually this time down the front straightaway, getting a little bit more toe. 1 and 2, 0.55, 0.56. Has to check up there. You see a fall to 0.67, and he's just too tight there. Too tight, Justin. I don't know if he's gonna be able to do it.
He is gaining a ton every front straightaway though, evening in 3 and 4. It's still a 0.6 of a second difference. Coming around now to 7 laps to go. Lap traffic to play a factor. There's a whole train of them in front of the leader.
This is going to be huge for Jay. Now both cars are going to be tight. This puts them more equal ground. Looks like first lap car is going to give tons of room. Oh, the leader hits the wall. Corner exit turn 1. Does that cause damage to cost him this race? Almost hits it again off corner exit turn 2. 0.2 is the gap. Can make the pass effort. He's going to go to the top. 3 wide momentarily with a lap car. Side by side for the race lead on turn 3.
And Jay Shallington rips away the race lead, coming to 6 laps to go. The first mistake of the day from the race leader of Matt Brewer comes in the final stretch. Can Shallington hold him off? Can Brewer do anything significant? Contact to the right side pod sees him slow down drastically.
The fastest car overall for the last 100 laps is now falling back to 0.6, 0.4 ahead of Mr. Steele there in P3 in that 12 car. But now Jay has all the momentum right now on his side. An injured car from Brewer. He just has to get around a couple more lap down cars here. It's going to put the clean air back on the nose of the 501. And this is exactly what Jay needed.
Point of return, next time by. Clean air for Shallington, next corner by. Down to the final few laps from Indy. Jay Shallington in the American Eagle machine. More contact for Brewer. Brewer's falling apart. The Hyperion Racing Machine again with a second hit to the wall in as many periods.
This is a combination of a pissed off driver and some car damage. Just doesn't have the grip like he needs anymore. And then, you know, just a little upset that he made that first mistake, but he's trying to do everything he can to hold it. So he's in a tough spot here, but he's going to try everything he can to keep Steele behind him. He's in that draft there, not in a position to make a pass effort this time into turn 1. Oh, he did make the effort, stuck the nose there, but he's not going to be able to hold it at least through turn 1. It looks like he's going to take a wide entrance to turn 2 to try to maximize his speed on corner exit. You see the run there. He's going to have a great chance into 3.
Shallington is gone. Shallington's ran away. Brewer spending more time fighting with a lap car, and now Ryan Steele rips away second high side. A 1-2 for Dog Bear. 3 laps to go.
Really close there off exit of turn 3. Just another inch or 2, and they could have potentially made some contact. You see Steele going back and forth, breaking the draft. I don't think that's going to matter. Brewer's in some trouble on his own here, but 1.7 seconds is the advantage for Jay Shallington with 3 laps to go.
All he needs to do not slip up. Jay Shallington having the race of his life for the Speedway side. Can he get himself a Speedway 500? Coming at 2 laps to go, 5 miles at the stripe for Jay Shallington.
5 miles, 8 turns left to go, and nothing but clean track. This is just 2 more laps of practice. Consider it a time trial, so to speak. Just hit your marks. You don't need to overdrive any corners, and this race is yours. Steele is catching, though. He went from 1.7 down to just 1 second, but that's not going to be enough to get there. I don't believe so. So just nice, smooth sailing for the 501, and the checker flag will be yours.
For Jay Shallington, the talk throughout the chat throughout the night. It's time for Dog Bear to get the strategy right. He closed in late, pressurized Matt Brewer. Brewer with the dirty air from traffic, hits the wall. Shallington now takes the white flag presented by Ryco Performance. Shallington with 4 more corners to work with to win a Speedway 500.
Steele gains 0.2 of a second that time down the front straightaway. Gonna bring this gap a little bit closer and closer, able to hold the 0.6 on corner exit turn 2. Still won't be enough, but how much closer will he get there? Under 0.5 now through 3 and 4 for the final time, and here comes Jay through turn 4.
For the final time, for the second time in his Major Series career, he'll take a victory, and it's a big one. Jay Shallington takes a 1-2 and wins the Speedway 500.
Excellent job there from that team. P1, P2, one of the most prestigious tracks in all of racing. And man, Steele was on a mission. He got there 0.2 seconds. 0.2 was the gap. He was 1 second back, a lap and a half, 2 laps prior. So if we had just a couple more laps in this race, this could have been a different story. But Shallington was able to hold him off. Great job here from his camp.
Dog Bear gets the job done in the very end for the night. Matt Brewer, who dominated the race all the way to 6 laps to go, and with 133 laps led, comes away third. And how will this celebration look? Let's find out. Shallington, he'll be the composer for this celebration on the front straightaway. His teammate Ryan Steele staying lockstep to the very end. They nailed this strategy a couple pit stop cycles ago.
Well, looks like we're going to do a little burnout here in turn 1. Almost hits his teammate there on the first attempt of a burnout. And now we're going to go back down the front straightaway after he gets a little more tire spin here. And very slow start to the burnout. I'd be burning this thing down so much already. I couldn't hold myself back, but looks like he's going to take a nice easy pace to the front stretch, start finish line. And maybe this is where we're going to start seeing him doing some donuts.
Post-race coverage coming up. Don't do it on the bricks. Jay Shallington only parks it there for the photo. We'll take a step aside. Unofficial race results and interviews coming up after this. You're watching Grid Vision for coverage of the Speedway 500. Welcome back, everyone, to tonight's coverage here on Grid Vision as we get set to look at the unofficial race results. Jay Shallington, Ryan Steele, Matt Brewer, your top 3. Vela, Henger, Barnes, your top 6. Whitaker, Banfield, Douglas, Fillingham rounds out your top 10. What a finish in the end for Shallington. Jeremy, talk us through 11th through 20th here tonight.
It looks like we got 23 of Joshua Mertz, who picked up that excellent caution break for himself. Finds him just shy of the top 10. And you got Jason McSparron in 12th. 992 Chris Yatito is going to be in 13th. Don Dullison there in 14th. In the 3 car, you're going to find 15th place Daniel Stevenson. 16th will be Robbie Bradbury. 17th, Stuart Elder. 18th will be Greg McConey. And right behind him in 19th is the other McConey, Jeffrey McConey. And then 20th place, the 29 of Adam Donaldson.
21st, Sebastian Jackson, Damian Colty, and Stephen Paulison. Scrivener, Bean, Davey. Then it's Harley, along with Tilson, Klaus, and Verweyen. Bertrami finishes dead last in this one. Still waiting to see from which drivers we get the chance to speak with as they make their way here to post-race coverage. We're still waiting for 3rd place Matt Brewer. We can confirm that we do have 2nd place. Let's talk quickly with him first. He's with Jeremy.
2nd place there, Mr. Ryan Steele. Do you get a copy?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
Man, that car was really fast here. I joined in the back half of this 500-mile event here, and yeah, you and your teammates showed some excellent speed there late in the going. You got some assistance there from Brewer hitting the wall, but your car in particular, you were catching your teammate for sure. If you had 2 or 3 more laps in this race, do you think you could have got to him there and passed him?
Probably not. It was a very strange race to me because it seemed like pretty much everybody could be just as fast if they were in the front of the field. And track position mattered more than anything else. And the closer you got to the front of the field, the better the car felt. So when I was following behind him, I could basically get to 6/10 behind him, and then I'd stall out. I'd get any closer, I'd get too tight, and then fall back again. So, yeah, probably not. I was trying all race to get to him. I never could.
And then my last question for you is, you and your teammate clearly showed some great speed all day long, but what kind of preparation did you guys do for this event tonight?
Oh, well, we had plenty of on-track practice. I myself, I practiced using the iRacing AI, and I did a practice Indy 500 a couple days ago, just 500 miles of this. And we've got some good setup guys that pick out the setup for us, and hey, I guess it worked out.
All right, Manuel, great job there. P2 after 500 miles at Indianapolis. Final thoughts, who would you like to thank before we let you go?
Well, I have to thank my teammates for doing most of the prep work, because I'm just a driver. I'm not a mechanic. So if it comes down to setups, I can't figure out anything. So getting a 2nd place is definitely up to them. And I got to thank you guys for covering the series.
All right, well, congratulations on P2 once more, man. Go have a good rest of your night.
All right, thank you.
Ryan Steele coming away 2nd here tonight. We now have 3rd spot. Let's talk with Matt Brewer. Matt, talk us through what happened in the moment that cost you this race.
Just noticed that P2 was gaining on me by so much during that final stint that I felt if I didn't make the move into 1 on the lapped car, he was going to catch me onto the back straight. So I sent my nose in, and then I ended up washing out into the outside wall.
What's going through your mind right now, knowing it's been an emotional day? Not only missing the bump qualifying, but also leading the most laps and leading by as many as 8-9 seconds. What's going through your mind after a race like this tonight?
Honestly, nothing. Leading almost 3/4 of the race and then losing it with 7 or 8 to go hurts a lot, but I know that I've won this race before, granted not in the major series, but I've won it before, so it's not as painful as I imagine it would be had it been my first, but it still sucks a lot.
On a more positive note, your team has been having a strong amount of momentum. What has that camaraderie been like, especially knowing it's a home race for you, it's a home race for several of your teammates? What was that discussion like amongst the team for a race like this tonight?
The team were they always have my back. They're honestly the best people I've ever met in the sim racing community, and they mean a lot to me. They always push me every single day to do better, and they knew this was a big race for me, and thankfully they have my back and they're taking care of me more or less.
Any shout you'd like to give then on that note?
Oh yeah, shout out to Hyperion Racing. Those guys are amazing. Love the teamwork, the camaraderie we have there. Every single one of them, they support me every step of the way. So I really appreciate you guys.
Once again, congrats to the podium, Matt.
Thank you.
Matt Brewer finishes off on the podium. And we have a race winner now standing alongside. Able to take it away in the closing stages, Jay Shallington. You are a winner in the Speedway 500, your second career majors win. How are you feeling?
Excited, happy, a little shocked, with Matt. I mean, he was just dominating, like you guys were saying. I was like, there's no way I can catch him. I was hoping it was either fuel or a mistake, and I guess I got the second.
It was a mix of both in theory too. You went with the short fuel strat after it getting further on the run. Talk us through that strategy with you and Ryan that's seen you close up several tenths all the way before the mistake.
Yeah, me and Ryan were talking, the Dog Bear team, we're more looking at his fuel, and we're like, if he makes it, we had those 2 yellows. I was like, I couldn't do math in the car, but I was like, he's going to be really close. If not, not going to make it. So we decided to just do a kind of a splash and go, not really, but close to it, and we started gaining on him really fast. And then he made that pass. I was wondering if he was just going to stay behind him to try to, conserve fuel a little until we got closer, but obviously not.
So a huge night for you and your team here tonight. What is the plan now for you guys now that you picked up one of the biggest races of the season, an OG race as discussed in the Major Series Droppers meeting, now in your team's repertoire?
Yeah, Dog Bear keeps doing what they're doing. We try to win. I'm kind of like not a full-time driver due to work and family and everything like that, but they always accept me coming in, so it's a great team, and they're going to continue push forward for the rest of the season as they always do.
Any shout-outs you like to give on that note then?
Shout out to Dog Bear, especially Ryan. He was catching me there at the end, but I was kind of lifting on most corners because I didn't want to put it in the wall. So, and then obviously my family supporting me so I can drive these fake cars around the track for 3 hours.
Once again, congratulations on the run here today.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, for the stream also.
It's Jay Shallington who is able to come away with it. He ends up winning after leading 34 laps here tonight. I'd like to thank the whole top 3 for speaking with us during post-race coverage here on Grid Vision. Before we get towards the final thoughts, I'd like to remind you of what's coming up around the corner here on Grid Vision. A busy next week, in fact. Remember, Ryko Performance, Top Split action on Monday. That's at Charlotte. NIS will be on Friday night for Top Split. Then it's Champion Truck Series on Tuesday from Charlotte. North Wilkesboro hosting Thunderclap on Wednesday. And how about a new series? High Slide will be sliding its way through with the Autism Speaks Auto Club 96. That'll be on Thursday. All live here on Grid Vision. On that note, Jeremy, you came in toward just after the halfway point, but what a way for this to finish out here tonight. Your thoughts on what you've seen and how things finished out here?
I learned a lot here in the the 90 laps I was able to catch. Appreciate the invite. Man, the race toward the end there, that 1 second gap is just, it makes or breaks it. And Max saw the pressure happening and just made a mental error. He admitted to it, but he said he's done very well in the past. But it's still going to sting after running the majority of this race in P1. So overall, I thought that was a pretty entertaining last half of the race. For me doing some homework, plus seeing that great finish toward the end. And congrats to the winner, Mr. J.
On that note, for the entire Grid Vision team, we'd like to thank you for watching and participating in tonight's chat, but also participating in the viewing of tonight's racing. For more information on how to get your league broadcasted or to start your career in broadcasting, be sure to contact Grid Vision on Facebook, X, or by email at info@gridvision.live. Special thanks once again to Andrew Cardinal of Whiplash SimCams for providing the cams used on today's broadcast. Once again, congratulations. Jay Shallington is your winner of the 2024 Pacific Second Split Speedway 500. This has been Justin Prince, once again for Sheldon Atkins and for Jeremy Stanley. And our producer, Austin Darbyshire, it's time to say goodbye. We'll see you next time on The Grid.